Mhm, mhm.
And then I need to look for. Actually, I don't think I have any snacks. So, fuck me, I guess. I brought wine. What did you bring?
I have a little Captain Morgan
Captain
with a
Morgan.
little apple juice because that's all I had.
That's fair. That would be me if I had to submit myself to whatever.
And that's all we had. It's all we had.
Oh god, you have a straight brother too. You have a straight brother too. Ooh, I'm filling this
But
glass up.
actually, I do like Captain Morgan, so I can't lie.
I don't like Captain Morgan by itself. Can't do it.
Well, he doesn't like you.
Ah, what? Did he
I'm so
tell you
worried about
that? Is
that.
that what he said?
He put it in the
Stop.
newsletter. He told everybody,
Told
actually.
everyone. It's in the news.
Oh, you don't know? Oh,
Oh, you
sweetie.
haven't heard?
I would love to just play a mean bitch in something,
I know
like
you
in a movie or
would.
something.
I
I would just
know you
love
would.
it. Oh, just to be a little cunty little tee tee tee.
Oh my god, I can
But I don't want to
imagine.
get my comeuppance in the end.
No,
Just let me
oh,
be evil and free.
speaking of, so I've been watching Ugly Betty, because of what you said. You're like, no, it's gonna be okay, blah blah blah, whatever. So I was like, okay, I'll keep watching. Why did I get on today? Because I told you I watch it every morning with my little toast, with my little coffee, right? And I'll giggle and then sometimes watch TikToks anyways during the scenes that I don't like. So I, bro, why did they say leaving soon on Netflix? They're like, yeah, this shit's gonna
Oh
be gone
yeah.
soon. And I was like, I'm not even through the first season and there's 4 seasons. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Hey, explain
I
that to
didn't
me. Expound,
I
expound
didn't
on that.
finish. I didn't finish my rewatch. I started watching other things. Oh god.
Yeah, I'm so sad it's gonna be gone soon. So I don't know how soon gone soon is, in quotation marks. Then I just have to like do a whole marathon run of it. So I wanna get through the whole thing. I remember really
Mhm.
liking at least the last half of it. I think I probably watched the first part with my mom, right? Like the first few episodes, and then I don't know, got really into reading fan fiction and dropped it, right? Um and then came back cuz here's the thing that she was doing. She was watching like the original Spanish version and the new English
Mm.
version at the same time. So most of my memories of Ugly Betty is a little bit of the English version, a lot of the Spanish version, which I barely understood at the time, and like watching it up until it's like ending, right? Of the Spanish version of the telenovela. And then on and then we switched over back to the English side and it was like the end of that one too. And even though now that I think about it, I'm like, 4 seasons. It feels like it happened all in like 2 seasons. But I was like, 4 seasons. It must have been like several years, and I didn't go back to watch it for several years up until near the end of it. That's crazy. That's wild. And that's all I know about it. That's all I know about Ugly Betty.
You remember? I don't know. I remember when it was on. I always there was a lot of shows where I guess I was having a life, so I would sometimes I would be like, "Oh, I gotta watch this every week," and then there would be times where I would miss it and when it was like when shows were on once a week.
I Here's the thing with me. I don't do that. I don't do that shit. And apparently my mom doesn't either because I wasn't like an avid like back when I was in because I think this happened when I was in high school. I think it came out around when I was in high school. I think I wasn't one of those like I gotta watch this thing every week kind of girly unless it was like
No, I
an
couldn't though. I
anime
couldn't keep it up.
on um on Cartoon Network or something. But like
I
I
couldn't keep even that up.
no, same. I could barely. That's why they do they would like show the same episodes over again so many times. I knew like people were like missing that shit. But yeah, I wasn't like a show girly. Not really. No, that's a lie. I did get really into. Here's the thing. And this is the only way me and my mom would bond is they had really cool TV programs on what is it called? USA.
Mhm.
And it was always like drama. They had one where it's like, oh, these lawyers, motherfuckers, There was one with
I like
an
Susan
art
stuff.
thief, and then the only one that I
Burn Notice.
Burn Notice. I remember Psych, and I remember watching a lot of Psych, and I fucking loved Psych. There's also one with a doctor. There was like a doctor who did like personal visits with the rich, and he gets like all into that drama, and I remember really liking that show.
I never watched any of those. I just know of them.
I watched them
Like
because
I
I
know
watched them
exactly
with my
like
mom.
Suits and all that stuff that you're talking about, but I was like, I've never watched any of them. You're like art thief. I'm like, oh my god, he was an art thief.
There
I
was
just
an
remember
art thief, and it's
the
kind of
promo for the
gay.
show all the time.
That was, I'm pretty sure that was with that actor. Oh, thank you for the kiss. Hi, Hillbilly. Hello. Yeah,
A
say
hillbilly
hi.
kiss.
Yeah, Hillbilly gave me a little kiss. Hello.
Hi, hillbilly.
Hi, Ty's here. Sorry, we haven't started the. Here, let me go to just chatting. We haven't started technically the presentation yet, but we're just warming up with a little bit of gab, a little bit of wine. So,
A little bit of a give gab.
a little bit of talking, a
What kind
little
of
bit of
wine do you have?
chatting. I bought this cheap ass wine. It's called, this is really fucking cheap. It was from
That's
Aldi's.
fine. That's fine.
It was Aldi's called Winking Owl. And I was asking my dad about what he thought would. Oh no, this is dry. I should have looked at it. I didn't look at it at all. Asked my dad. I was like, "What's good wine?" And he goes, "I see ladies getting this a lot." And so, but now that I'm looking at the back, it tells you a lot about it. It says dry, light bodied, notes of citrus, lemon, and apple. Enjoy with seafood, light pasta dishes, and poultry. Best when served chilled. Maybe I should get some ice. But yeah. So just some cheap white wine with an owl winking at me on it.
Aw.
Yeah.
Oh, I love him
From
though.
Aldi's. Yeah, I love this little gay stupid owl. Love him. Love him. I don't see where it says the like the percentage of alcohol though. I don't see it here. It must be somewhere. I just don't see it. I got the happy rum. There you go. Let's go. And also Hillbilly says hi to you, Ty.
Hi,
I'm gonna
hillbilly.
take a sniff.
Hi, Billy.
I'm gonna take a sip. Oh, that's awful. Maybe it
Oh
would
my
be better with
god.
maybe it would be better uh with ice though. I like bubbly. I like sweet wine. That's what I prefer.
My friend got really into wine. She's actually in wine country now in California.
Oh.
But yeah, she like when she really gets into something, she really gets into it. But she had me trying all these like wines a lot because she's trying to find like she's someone who's very particular.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I don't. I'm not like that, but yeah. Well, I mean,
I,
no.
I'm sorry,
I
I've
I
tried so
actually,
many.
I guess I am particular because I had my mom's boyfriend will be like, "You gotta try this wine. It's divine. Oh, it's delicious. It's outstanding." Right? And I'll be like, "All right, okay, I'll try it." Disgusting, absolutely disgusting, horrendous wine. It's super dry. It must be like completely dry. Like I get like cotton mouth drinking it. It's crazy bitter, and it's like it's just so disgusting. I was like, God, I'd rather drink vinegar. Like this is awful, bro. No, I'm not really a wine person. I've only had good luck with white wine, and I've had like there's this one red wine that I really like, and it's also very bubbly and it's very cool. I'm gonna bring it up. I have a
No,
picture
I
of
like
it.
sweet stuff too, though. I can't stand the. That's why I prefer white wine
Mm-hmm.
because it's usually sweeter. Though I've had some sweet red wine.
Exactly. It's usually the white wine that's sweet. Let me see. Where the fuck is it? I have like weird pictures on my phone. Um.
Okay.
Sorry. It's just my sister with with her pants pulled up all the way to her chin, just doing squats. It's weird. Anyways, it's a Roscato Italia. It's a sweet red. That's what it says. It's a
Mm.
very good. I had it over back when I was living in Seattle. My my neighbor would invite me and like my friends over, mostly to trick us into doing like backyard work for her and then feeding us and giving us a lot of wine. Um Because we always hung out in the garden. I've never been inside of her house before. No, I've been inside of her house once, and she made us tempura, which was kind of cool. But we had to like bring
Ooh.
over the ingredients for her to make it. It's always like a, it's like a, it's like a balance. It's like she gives us a little bit, we have to give her a little bit. It's fine. Got me drunk off my ass once on like boxed wine that she got for really cheap at like the grocery store. I didn't even know they did boxed wine. That shit rocked me. I was like, not me actually getting drunk. That's crazy. She has really good taste in wine. And then that Moscato, that shit was good. If it's wine, I like fortified wine or port. Fortified wine.
Mortified.
What the hell does that mean? Trying to build an army with some fortified wine. Okay. Crazy. Yeah, it sucks, but it's not that bad. It's not so bad that I can't drink it. You know what I mean? It's not that bad. I just hate it. But I probably should find some snacks to have with it. Because I've only had breakfast. And now it's
Mm.
3. And I'm like, this shit's gonna rock me in the worst way. This shit is gonna rock me in the worst way. But it is a drinking stream, and we are here for my book club. This is like my final. Wait, Hibbley is saying something about the fortified wine. Fortified wine is a wine to which a distilled spirit, usually brandy, has been added. Oh, you add another like thing of alcohol to it. This process called fortification increases the wine's alcohol content typically to 16% or higher. Oh, I like it strong. Okay. Now I
Hmm.
see. Okay, it makes sense now. I'm
That sounds
understanding it.
dangerous.
That sounds dangerous, but I totally try
Doesn't
it.
it sound like it would burn your nose?
Burn your nose. I'm not trying to shove it up my nose. I'm not trying to sniff it. I'm trying to
No,
drink
you but
it.
you sniff something before you eat or drink it. Like
Not
you
all the
smell it.
time. Not every time. Maybe
Oh
the
come
first
on.
time. Maybe the first
Oh
time.
come
You know what I
on.
cannot sniff, or my body's like, oh, PTSD? I cannot sniff tequila. I think it's tequila. I cannot sniff tequila, bro. I cannot smell that shit. Or my body will have a reaction. There was this one time, we were like all out clubbing and shit. And they did that fun little jokey thing where they're like, oh my god, it's your birthday, and they came up over with like a but like huge shots of tequila, and this was after we all just finished drinking. So let me say this again. We pre-gamed, we waited in a long ass line to get into the club. We all grabbed a drink. We went to sit down to like, for some reason, I don't know why, a bunch of shots of tequila showed up for
Ugh.
everybody, and I went, "No, I can't do it." And they went, "Happy birthday." And it wasn't my birthday, and I was concerned. And they went, ooh, shots. And they're like, we gotta do the shots, and then we're gonna go on the dance floor. And I was like, oh my god,
My body.
my body. And then
Will somebody please think of my
I
body?
sniffed that shit. I went, huh,
Ugh.
huh. And my friend Ryan went, no, 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 and pushed it to my lips, and I just drank it all down, and I just held it in my mouth like, should I swallow this? And he went, swallow.
Oh my
Swallow.
god.
I swallowed it down, and for a second I went, huh. And he looked at me like, don't you fucking dare, you fucking bitch. And I just like held it down, and we went, all right, to the dance floor. To the dance floor. Oh my god. That's crazy. I was like, oh my god, never again am I gonna do that. Or at least never again will I smell tequila. If someone hands it to me, I'm just gonna doubt it. I don't like the way really smooth liquor feels in my mouth. Feels gross. It feels like I'm drinking like gasoline or something. Yeah. Ugh.
Made me think of all the bad times.
Reminiscing. Ah, the PTSD, the drinking. Ah.
Ugh.
Anyways,
Oh.
let's start. Okay, my presentation. All right. This is the final book club stream of the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. Hello, welcome to my presentation, okay? Hi, welcome. The book is by Stuart Turton. I put it in the corner, but I made the presentation. I wasn't sure if I should put the author of the book or I wasn't sure if I should like specify, but I was like, the book author is Stuart Turton. The presentation is by Momo Sheep. Okay? There you go.
Got it.
Thank you. Okay, so we start our story. By the way, this is a murder mystery, if you like that sort of thing. Okay, very cool, very nice. What are your thoughts, Ty? What kind of books do you like? I thought you would like this only because I liked it, and I was like, Ty and I like a lot of the same things. Just kind of how I go off
Well,
of everything.
I'm really into fantasy.
This is kind of fantastical in a sense, but not like high fantasy. This isn't like elf
No, I
kind of
don't like
shit.
high fantasy. I like kind of more low. Though I will get high. I'll get high.
Okay, perfect.
But I do enjoy murder mystery kind of books,
Okay.
suspense novels.
I'm like kind of really big on murder mystery. That's usually the genre that I go for immediately. And this was like one of the first books that came up when I was looking for audiobooks to kind of like listen to. I don't even want to say I had an audiobook phase. I just had like I want to read books but have no time to use eyes, so must listen. You know what I mean? So so I got really into audiobooks. And here's the other thing. I got it through an app on my phone, right? Because when I went to the library, they said, "Hey, here's a disc for you to put into a CD, like a disc driver, like to listen to, like a CD, and listen to it." And I went, we don't do that anymore. Hello? I was like, you guys don't have like, I don't know, a hard drive that I could just get the thing from? And they said, no, use this app. And I'm gonna tell you the app because I feel like a lot of people.
Is it Libby?
It's Libby. Yes, it's
Oh my
Libby.
god, I just got into Libby.
Libby is really good. Libby, and I'm gonna just say this because I feel like when I first talked about a lot of like, oh, I want to do the book club thing, I want to read more books, people are like, would love to, but money is tight and I can't, like I have no resources. Libby is a free app. This is also not sponsored. Libby is a free app, okay? All you need to
It
do,
sounds like some
here's
sponsored thing.
it does. All you need to do, and this might be the most painful part of the process. And I promise you, it may be painful. It is
I know
not
what you're
that
gonna
big of a
say.
deal. Go
I
to
know
the
what you're gonna
library.
say.
Go to the library and get a sellout. Momo's a sellout. Crazy. Go to the library and
Go to the
get
library.
get a library card. Or I
Oh, I
guess
did it
I
online.
was about to say, see, and now you're part of the fucking sponsorship too now aren't you? Oh, I
But
didn't have to go to
Momo,
the
I did
library.
it online.
I could just do it online. And that's what I'm talking about, bitches. It's not even that much work. Go to your library, in person or online, get a library card. That's all you need to do. On Libby, they'll be like, where is your mobile's corrupted? Oh my god. I go to the library, get your whatever, and all you have to do is they'll go, what library is this from? And you can put in your library. And they go, what's your library card? Like your number. Put that in. And they go, okay, here's all of the books. And it's not just audiobooks, it's also like you can read actual books from it. It'll have like what do you call it? Like ebooks on there. So if you want to use your eyes, you can. If you want to just listen to it, you can. They'll have two different copies of a book and they'll let you know before you like quote unquote download it. It'll tell you like, "Hey, here's the audiobook for this. This also has a
Mhm.
digital copy that you can just read." And I have done that. I have like just gotten the ebook of something just so I can read it myself. I read the what is it called? not the Martian. Is that what it is? The one where it's like that guy who gets stuck on Mars and he's all by himself,
Oh,
and they have to like his crew has to do like a round trip. They made a
is
movie
it
out
called
of
The
it.
Martian?
Is it called The Martian? I don't know. It's something about Mars. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's called The Martian. Martian. Oh, just Martian. And here's the thing. I got so into that book. I read it. I was like, wow, this is it's so crazy the way the author describes that shit because it's almost like scientific in a way, and it's like you're it's almost the author is making you believe like here's the science, this could work, and you're like, I guess it could work. Oh my god, I guess in a way you could just develop like water and a source of like you know air for yourself and just sustain yourself on there. Oh, it's no a whole thing. I got so into it. I went and I read the author's other book about like people living up on the moon and the drama with that, and that one's really good. And I might, guys, I'm considering it. I might reread that one just so I can like do a book club stream of that. The Martian film has Matt Damon. Yes, has Matt. That's the
Yes, Matt
yeah.
Damon.
Then yeah, that's the book that I read.
Because he was also in Interstellar. He gets trapped on planets a lot.
Oh, is that the one where they're on the ship and the AI's like have has them like held captive? Is that one?
No, no, that's not Interstellar. Interstellar's one with Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway.
Love Annie.
Is that the one where he's like the threads of fate or something like that?
The threads of fate.
Ah, he's like screaming at his daughter through like a
The
bookshelf.
bookcase, yeah, 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 yeah.
That's not Matt Damon. That's someone else, right?
No, Matt Damon's on the planet.
Oh, he's the one
You
stuck
remember
on
the
that.
plot
Yeah,
twist of the movie? Yeah.
Mama. I do not. I remember the beginning. I remember the daughter being like, "Wish I could find my dad someday," and then I remember the end. I do not remember.
I actually recently watched it because I really loved it, and I forgot the music in it makes me cry.
Aw, that's he's part of the people that die, right? Oh, sorry, spoilers. But he dies, right? Oh, but he dies, right?
Well, the twist is he betrays them. So yeah, he
Oh
dies.
my god, I'll have to
Now it's my
rewatch
movie
it.
watch. Okay, so guys, we're gonna talk about Interstellar.
Guys, we're talking about Interstellar right now. Sorry. Anyways.
Disgusting!
Oh my god, I swear I like lowered the volume on that notification. That's crazy loud. I am so sorry. Anyways, the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, a slightly tipsy retelling of this book that I read throughout last month. And just, if an apology ahead of time. I'm sorry if I misremember some details. I'm sorry if I lie. I'm sorry if I can't recall things or if I tell you something and it falls flat and you're like, no, that was stupid. And I was like, okay, well, it was really cool when I listened to it in the book, okay? So, just sorry ahead of time. But
Not the
anyways.
apologies.
But anyways, now that I've apologized, I have nothing to be sorry for. Get ready, bitches. Oops, wait, let me click on here. We start in Blackheath Manor. Time period somewhere in the Victorian era, early 1900s, probably. There's a manor, and it's in the middle of the woods. And at this point in time, it is owned by the Hardcastle. It is the Hardcastle estate. Well, it's one of the abandoned estates by the Hardcastle, the family, the Hardcastles. Um, and when we get there, it is dirty, it is dilapidated, and it is raining. And I cannot tell you how much it is raining in this book. It is almost always raining. It's either storming, raining, drizzling, or it's storming. Okay? It's just a rainy fucking place. And even though we only spend one day here, this is the rainiest day it's has ever existed ever in anywhere, apparently. Just so you know. So yeah.
Do they ever is it just because of the area or
I think it's because of the area. I thought it was like to kind of give like a very also probably to set the mood of like, ooh, scary, ooh, spooky rain, ooh, you know what I mean? Because most people, when they think of like, not necessarily horror, but like when they think of suspense or when they think
Hmm.
of something dramatic, it's raining and it's dark, you know?
Especially in a manner.
And it's at a manor. Oh my God. And this manor, just, a heads up, has not been taken care of. Has not been taken care of. And they describe it as like, it's like opulent, right? There's still a lot of beauty in this manor, in this estate, but it's like vines everywhere. It's dirty, there's cracks, but it seems like in the rush of trying to in a short amount of time make the place look nice, they've added a lot of like fancy furniture and shit there. But but you can very easily look behind the very fancy vase and see like cracks in the wall. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It's kind of the vibe. So we start with our main character, Aiden Bishop. And technically, I feel like there are a few main characters in this plot. But Aiden Bishop is the one that we are going to be following throughout most of this story. Right off the bat, he is having this Groundhog Day kind of thing going on. He wakes up at the start of the story knowing and remembering absolutely nothing except for a name that he screams the moment he wakes up. He wakes up and he's immediately screaming, Anna! And then he's like in the middle of the forest. Remember how I said there is a forest? He's in it and he's lost and he's like in the mud and it's raining and it's dark and he's like, why am I here? What's going on? And he starts freaking out and then there's like this deep voice in the back of his mind, or more like in the forefront of his mind, being like, shut up, calm down, breathe. And what's interesting is that the way this voice is portrayed, it does not feel like the voice is his own.
Oh.
Yeah, because the way it's described, it's like this voice is a separate entity of him, but it is also him at the same time. Very cool. I know. So, before I start out with, I'm trying to remember my slides. I'm like, what comes after this? Before I start out explaining, let's see what the next slide is. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna just explain something. This kind of gets explained immediately in the story. Aiden has hosts. So his Groundhog's Day is not just him experiencing the same day over and over again. He is also experiencing the same day in a new body and a new person who is on the estate. Every new day, quote unquote new day. New day is the same day. So we start off with Sebastian Bell, and this is kind of like the whole list of all of them. You don't really have to read all of them right now. This is just to mostly be like, look at all of these people that he has to be. Wow, there's so many characters. It's fine. You don't really have to read this. This is, mostly for show. So, just early on, I'm going to explain this because I don't want to pause my retelling of the story to really expound on this in the middle of stuff and lose my train of thought.
Hmm.
Aiden and his hosts, they all have a very interesting relationship in like he is not them. He is inside of them. He is inside of these people, but they are two different beings. And it's really not really explained, but they really go into it every single time he's in someone and he's trying to play their part, right? Because every new person, and at the start, he doesn't know who he is. And he'll wake up and he'll look in the mirror and he goes, who the fuck is this? And usually someone comes by and he goes, oh, Mr. Lord Ravencourt. Oh, it's you, blah, 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 right? And as he becomes every new person, slowly he will start just naturally having information of them. So we start off, he has no idea who he is, but in the first few chapters, he learns about the person he is, right? And at this point, he doesn't know he's gonna have a new host. But later on, when he faints or whatever, he'll wake up in a new body, and then he'll be like, who the fuck is this? And then, as it goes on, it keeps kind of going like that. To the point, though, where he goes, oh, I am so and so. I am Lord whoever on this thing, blah blah blah, and this is who I am. And it gets to a point where he won't be able to tell himself, or he'll just barely be able to tell himself from his host. Like his soul is starting to like meld into his other hosts. Someone might think, who have actually read the story, might think this is a spoiler too early on, but this is like, I feel like this is okay to talk about right now because this has nothing to pertain to the actual murder and the mystery, okay? This is just fun added shit. Ooh, oh, he goes to from one person to the other, and his soul is inside of this body, but the other person's soul is still also in there. They are sharing the same body. And at a point, it's like him meeting a whole stranger. But because of its repetition, he's like, oh, this is me. I am so-and-so, and that is my wife. And then he has to, like, the voice has to come and remind him, no, this is somebody else's wife. This isn't you. You're not connected to them. You know what I mean? This is like a very fun aspect of the storytelling because, like I said, once it gets like down to the wire, he does have a whole moment where he's like, suddenly I am this person, and wasn't I supposed to go do this other thing? And the voice has to come and be like, no, you are different. You are not them. You are your own person. You have to remember this, And also, it this kind of comes hand in hand with like his hosts, but he also does not remember who he truly is. We start off with him not knowing what's going on and who he is, but as he slowly begins to start associating himself with his hosts, he still doesn't know entirely who he is, like himself, like his true self. He doesn't know who his true self is.
Yeah.
And so we'll talk about that probably near the end. But I just wanted to explain this host thing because I don't even want to say it's like a side plot. It's just a thing that happens along the way. And I do personally think this is interesting. And the way the book portrays it and like tells you about it is also very interesting. But it has nothing to do with the murder mystery. That's kind of it. Anyways, Anna. So Anna is another main character who is gonna show up a lot in the story. She's kind of like dressed up as a maid. Oh, I just noticed I'm like blocking a lot of the screen. Let me move my ass. My bad. The fuck do I grab me? Move me here? I'll be in the center. Yeah. Okay. So Anna, you see her as a maid. She's portrayed as a maid here. She's like this girl, this young woman, this young lass. She also kind of has amnesia, like she doesn't really know who she is, but she does, unlike Aiden, she does wake up kind of like knowing a little bit about what's going on. She's like, oh, there's a murder, I'm supposed to solve the murder, and I only have this one day to do it, right? And in the story, she is Aiden's ally. And I'm trying to think if I should spoil something, but I'm like, I feel like I'm going to talk about it soon. So whatever, let's go to the next guy. Wait, let me click. Oops, sorry. The Plague Doctor. He is not entirely an antagonist, but I wouldn't say he's a protagonist, but he does show up a lot. He's like a very important side character, kind of. The Plague Doctor is kind of like this curator of this whole scenario that Aiden and Anna find themselves in. He's cryptic, he's helpful, and most frustratingly, he tries to help Aiden a lot, but Aiden's like, I don't trust you. And he's like, well, you should, because, I know what's going on, and you don't know what you're doing. And he's like, no, but I don't trust you, and fuck you, bro, you're untrustworthy. And then Anna's kind of like, who the fuck is the Plague Doctor? And he's like, you don't know? And she's like, no, but if he's telling you shit, maybe you should listen to him. And he's like, no, but he's hiding something, I just know it. Meanwhile, the Plague Doctor's like, you need to get your shit together and figure out who's killing all these people. And then, well, not these people, just this one bitch. But you know what I mean? He's like, you need to lock in, and Aiden's like, yeah, but fuck you though. Yeah, but also fuck you. So that's fun. There is the Footman, which I can confidently say is an antagonist. He's this scary killer who, just by the mere mention of him, kind of like brings this fear into both Aiden and Anna. They're like, we don't know who he is, but via instinct, we know he is bad fucking news, and can confirm he is high key kind of fucking crazy. So there you go. I'm pretty sure that's all the people that I will go over specifically. There are some other people. There's other people, but it's like a long list of people, and they're all just side characters. So it doesn't fucking matter, Just I might have to come back here just to kind of look to remember people's names. Um, these are just fun
Maids.
mentions. Yeah, and then there's also maids. In asterisks, because there's a lot of maids that are talked about here that I'm like, we don't have time for that. That's whatever. Who fucking cares? So, anyways, the story begins, and I'm gonna take another sip of wine.
Ooh, I'll take a sip.
Please have a sip with me. Not from the same cup, but just from your own ship. Ooh.
Ugh,
The more I drink it, the more it kind of tastes salty. It's kind of weird. Okay. All right.
salty.
I don't know. This kind of feels weird. Anyways, so we begin. Day 1. We wake up in the spooky forest with Aiden. And he wakes up. Actually, even at this point, I shouldn't even call him Aiden. He doesn't even know what his name is. He wakes up with full on amnesia. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know where he is. But he wakes up with screaming the name Anna. And he wakes up with his little friend in the forefront of his mind, the Voice, which is what I like to call him, the Voice. And he's like, what the fuck is going on? And then he sees like a woman running in the darkness in the forest, and he chases after her, and he's like, Anna, that must be her. I must be here because of her, right? Like I have to save her. And then he sees like another figure in the woods, and then he hears a gunshot, and he's just shocked. He is shooketh. He is like on his knees, just so scared. And he feels someone come up to him. And, oh, this reminds me. I was supposed to bring in my little notes. I have, like, notes on the side. Wait, where are my notes? I have notes on the... Wait, where are my notes? Wait, what? Uh-oh. Wait, I have to go open my notes real quick. Guys, I have notes for me to remember the finer little details. Give me a second. Where are my notes? Oh, Lord. No, this isn't it. Oh, no. That is not it. Here we go. It has to be this one, right? No, from November. What the hell is this? And it's empty. Wait, sorry. Give me 1 second. I have to go look for my notes. This is the thing. Is it this and it just didn't load? Just made in July 4th. This has to be it, but there's nothing here. Oh, it just took a while to load. Okay, this is it. Okay, my bad. MB. My bad, guys. It's here.
We're back.
We're back, guys. Don't worry. So, anyways. Oh, Captain, hello. You're just in time. I am doing the retelling of the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. This is the full story. This is from start to ending. Yes. And I'm gonna tell you all about it with my special guest, Ty. Ty, say hello.
Hello.
There you go. And we basically just started. So just in time. So yeah, he hears a scream, a gunshot, and he crumples to the ground on his hands and knees, with fear. He's like, I can't move. I'm so scared. And he's like, I can't believe how scared I am, but I'm very scared right now. And this man comes over and like this looming figure. And I think he just says, go east. And he drops something in Aiden's pocket and he leaves. And Aiden is so like distraught with himself because he's like, I cannot believe how like what like a scaredy cat I am that I didn't even have one the courage to look at the dead body of the girl of Anna who I was looking for. I didn't have the courage to look at the killer who killed her, and he literally like a cat playing with like a toy mouse just came up to me and is like what trying to save my life somehow, or is he just like is this a trick and he's just trying to get me to go like further into my doom, you know? But he pulls out the thing from his pocket and it is a compass, and he goes east, because like what else is he gonna do? He doesn't know what the fuck, he doesn't know where he is, he doesn't know who he is, he just knows, oh my god, this woman just died in front of me, I can't believe Anna was out here looking for her and now she's dead. Goes off and he ends up at the manor, the Hardcastle Manor in Blackheath. Okay, let me see. Yeah, Aiden has no memory. Sorry, I like to just talk and then the bullet points are really just to remind me of little things. So here we go. Okay, yeah. So we get to the Blackheath Manor. We get there, and he's like, help, right? And they're like, oh my god, what the fuck? And the a butler, one of the maids, a butler, and the introduction of this butler always gets me, because all I remembered when I first like was re-listening to this was that, oh yeah, this is like when the butler opens it, and like he's like one of the hosts. Just so you know, the butler who opens the door is one of the hosts. But he like opens it and they're like, oh, this disgusting thing. This disgusting creature. This disgusting creature of a man. And like he's not even disgusting, he's just old, and he's like obviously like a burned victim. Like his features are scarred and stuff. But like the book just like lays in on him, and I was like, damn.
Oh my god.
Fuck. Okay. Shit. They said no. He's ugly, and he is just a pile of rumpled skin. And I'm just like, Jesus. Be nice to the burn victim. Fuck. God damn. And he's old already. Leave him alone. There's some times in this book where I feel like I have to defend the person that the book is talking about, because god damn, they're mean and nasty to everybody, to everyone. I'm like, fuck, be nice. Justin the alien, hello, thank you for the follow. Interesting, also hi there, also hello, hi. Taking another sip of wine. And also I should probably take a sip of water just in case. I heard wine hangovers are like the worst, so just stay hydrated also. But water. The butler kind of just like gapes at him. He's like, oh my god, oh no, oh, right? And Aiden's like, disgusting, get away from me. And he goes in and he's like, help! Oh my god, Anna died! And then this really cool, handsome guy shows up and he's like, oh, what are you on about, chap? Ooh, old boy, old sport, right? And they're like, oh man, this guy, cool, suave, handsome. And his name is Daniel Coleridge. And he shows up a lot throughout the story. And he's a fun character. I really like his, not his development, but the main character's perspective of him is very cool. So Daniel shows up and he's like, my good friend, you look like crazy. And he's like, Anna died. And he goes, well, let's calm down. And I'll take you to your room. And then we can talk about things. Because the maids are, they're gossipy. And they're like, we gotta get you out of here. Oh my god, get out of here. So they take him to a side room, or they take him to his room actually. And they're like, "This is your room." And he's like, "I don't know who I am." And he goes, "Well, you're Sebastian Bell. You are a doctor, and good thing you're not the only doctor here. Let's get you the other doctor to come and look at you, right?" And this other doctor comes. His name is the hunting party, not yet. We sorry, I just wanted to double check that. No, 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 not yet, not yet. So the other doctor comes up and he's like, "Well, my boy, it looks like you've been attacked." I might be skipping a bit, but I'll come back to what Belle says to Daniel, right? So, Mr. Dickey, Dr. Richard Ackard, but they call him Dr. Dickey the whole story, so that's what I'm gonna call him too. Also, it's kind of funny, just Dr. Dickey makes him sound
That
less
is
like a
really
doctor
funny.
and just kind of like a comical, like a clown with like in a doctor, like a little vest or whatever, and just be like, or not a vest, but you know what I mean, like the little doctor coat, just like honka honka,
Mm.
and he walks around, his like shoes squeak and shit. That's what kind of it feels like. Also, just to understand what's going on, what is this stream about? I am giving the retelling or the whole story of the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. This is by the way, welcome to my drinking book club. We're probably not going to always be drinking while book clubbing, but I do owe everyone a drinking stream. And also, I needed to do this stream too, and I finally got some wine, so I'm like, we're just gonna combine them together, and it'll be fun. It's fun. It's a fun little thing. And don't worry, you are practically right at the beginning, so nothing crazy or juicy has happened yet, or anything crazier that's already happened has happened yet. So
And gossip.
and gossip, yes. So Daniel, nope, we're talking about the doctor. The doctor is saying like, "Oh, it looks like you've been attacked. Like you have
Dr.
like." He looks at like these gashes in Belle's arm, and it looks like these were defense, like you were trying to protect yourself, and the like someone had attacked you at some point, and Aiden is freaking out because he's like, "What the fuck is any of this?" Like, "Oh my god, what happened to me?" Mind you, he still doesn't know who he is. So he tells Daniel about the girl he saw in the forest that had died. And he goes, "Anna died. We need to go and find her and figure out who her killer is. And we got to call the police." And Daniel's like, "Well, let's slow down. I'll go and ask around about this Anna. I'll, see if we can, like, what we can do, what we can get up to. We're going to have a hunting party later. So maybe we can go out to the forest and find her body and like, bring it back. You know what I mean?" So he's like, "Oh, thank you, Daniel." Oh, and Daniel's like, "Cool guy." He's like super like handsome and shit. And I only say that because I feel like the story really tells you a lot about him. At least in this chapter where they're like, yeah, and like Daniel's like super understanding and calm and shit and like really cool and hot. So I was like, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah.
It's really hot.
Yeah. And also just fun information. Also, I think it's just Aiden asks, I think, Dr. Dickey about this. So just some more information about what's going on in the setting. There is a party going on here in Blackheath, and everyone's been invited. And he's like, "There's like 20 fucking people here. So it's gonna take us a while to kind of narrow it down who killed Anna. And by tonight, there's gonna be 30, even 30 more people on their way here. So this is gonna get messy." And the doctor leaves, and Aiden's kind of like, "Huh," and he like goes through his things to kind of figure out who he is. And he's like, "Okay, so I'm a doctor." He finds an invitation that was, sent to a Sebastian Bell, and he finds like a his little suitcase, or not a suitcase. It's more of like a I don't want to say a crate. What do you call it? A trunk. He has
Trunk?
a. There you go. Thank you. He has a trunk. And he opens it up, and it's like full of like drugs and shit. So he's like, "Okay, I am like a medicinal doctor. Very cool of me." Okay, but he's like, "But why can I not remember anything?" Because he's looking at things in his room to kind of like jog his memory, right? And he's like, "Oh well, who am I, and what's going on?" and why am I a coward? Because like that doesn't really meld with me. I think that sucks. He's like looking at himself introspectively, not knowing that this is like not his actual body. Like this is just a host that he is, you know, I don't want to. I guess influenced by, because that's the thing with his host. The way the host is, like their nature does affect Aiden, and it does affect how he reacts. And sometimes because of it, he doesn't have a complete control of how he might respond to something that's happening. Okay, which is another reason why I wanted to be like, Aiden and his hosts and how like closely melded they become, because he he doesn't have full control on what he does, or sometimes he'll feel like how the person his host is responding to something despite his own actions, if that makes any sense. Like something will happen and he'll be like, oh, like we'll say like, oh well, Sebastian Bell is so scared of this, but I myself, as like a separate entity, I do not feel this way, and I conflict with that, and that's weird, right? So that's kind of how he feels about being with like, uh, well, that's how he feels being inside of Sebastian Bell. He's like, this bitch, this guy's a bitch. He's a little scaredy bitch, and I don't
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
conflicting.
Yeah, he's like, this fucking sucks. I hate this guy, right? Think being like, I hate this guy being me, right? He's like, this is me. He doesn't know that this is like a host that he is just occupying at the moment. So, we'll just go to the hunting party now. After him kind of like having dinner and looking at all these people, and literally everyone's looking at him like he's fucking insane. But to be fair, he came in really early in the morning, like early, early in the morning while it was still dark outside. Came in early in the morning, screaming his head off about, oh, Anna's dead, and there's a murder here. And everyone's like, oh my God, what? Murder? That's crazy. Like, you're crazy. Yeah, we're not gaslighting you. You're just actually crazy. So, he's like, oh, I guess I'm crazy. There's a whole scene with a man called Ted Stanwin, this big guy who looks very unfriendly and is kind of unfriendly. One of the maids, Lucy, kind of just, she's trying to get by him, and she's like, oh, do you mind stepping to the side, Ted? And he's like, Ted, that's Mr. Stanwin to you. And she's like, ah, right? And he like grabs her by the arm, and she's like, oh, you're hurting me. Oh, Ted, no, right? And then, oh my God, wow, Daniel's here. And Daniel's like, let her go, old chap, right? And then, Ted Stanwin's like, oh, I can't, fuck, okay. And like he backs off. He's like, okay, didn't know this was your girl, bro. Sorry, my bad. Leaves.
Go against Daniel. He's the cool guy.
Yeah, Daniel's so cool. And Daniel's like, come on, Sebastian, in parentheses, Aiden. Come with me and we'll have a talk about that old chap, old sport, right? It's, he takes him to like this, I think they said it was like a drawing room. He takes him to the drawing room. And they have a little meeting with, so it's like, Daniel, it's Aiden, Sebastian Bell, and Michael. And Michael is one of the Hardcastles. He is the brother of Evelyn. He is one of the sons of the Hardcastles. And he's just kind of like a cutie. He's just a little cutie guy. And he has like, he's very friendly, kind of has this energy of like, oh, this is like my parents' party, but I'm being forced to host, and he's like, okay, I guess I'm the one kind of whatever. Meanwhile, also everyone is getting ready for the hunt. They're all getting ready with like their guns and their little coats and the horses and shit, and they're getting ready to go on a hunt. They're like, oh yes, us and the lads, we're gonna go and take our guns outside and hopefully not accidentally kill each other. And he's like, oh, Daniel told me everything about like what's going on. That's crazy. So like, who the fuck is Anna? And Daniel's like, yeah, I asked around, Aiden, quote unquote, Mr. Bell, Sebastian. No one know who the fuck Anna is. Like there are no maids here named Anna. No one knows who Anna is. And he's like, what? But I saw a girl die and I was looking for Anna out in the woods. And he's like, sure, okay. We'll still go and check because maybe you know, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but we'll go look for this Anna anyways, right? And they're like, so here's the map of the estate. Where the fuck did she die? And he's like, oh, I don't know where I was in this big ass woods, because it's a huge estate surrounded by a lot of just forest, and it's basically like in the middle of all of it. There's also like a huge lake and kind of like nearby ish to the manor, and there's like the stables and a gatehouse, um, not too far from the lake. So, but it's like there's just one of the reasons why they can't even do like this hunting party is because like this state is so big that they're like, yeah, there's just acres and acres of just woodland, you know. So they're like,
Mm.
yeah, where the fuck did she die? And he's like, maybe over here, because he's remembering. He's like, oh, with my compass, I went eastward, so I must have been up here. So he's like, probably in this area, maybe. And they're like, great. Awesome. So that's super helpful. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my little notes. But yeah, it just says in my notes. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, Michael Hardcastle, 24 years old. Just in case if you're interested, he's very young.
I'm not
No.
young.
Yes, yes, I said that. Oh yeah, this is also when Michael does kind of kills the mood and talks about his dead brother, as that would, just naturally happen whenever you do mention your dead brother. But I think they were talking about like the lake, and he's like, yeah, that's where my brother died. Like it's Sir Michael
Oh.
Buzz Killington, 100%. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, my brother Thomas died up there. He was murdered by our groundskeeper, Charlie Carver, 19 years ago, almost to this day. This day being tomorrow, or technically tonight at midnight. You know what I mean? Like,
How convenient.
yeah,
But
yeah. Oh, really? Almost 20 years to the dot from today. Crazy. But that's actually what the party is about. For some reason, it's like kind of like an anniversary of Thomas's death, and low key a celebration of life, and right. But yeah, he talks about
they
how
go
like
hunting.
the groundskeeper and like someone else was there when Thomas was killed, and I think it's like, do they go into like specifics on how he died? Because you're like, oh my fucking god. Um, I don't know. Anyways, they they mentioned that like he was, well, it was too late, but by the time someone came to try to save him, to try to save Thomas, it was Ted Stanwin, the gamekeeper of there, the guy who was like harassing that the
The
maid
rude guy.
Lucy. Yeah. They're like, yeah, he was the one who came and like he had like a shotgun and shot, he was like shooting at them, the murderers, and one got away, and Charlie Carver was executed. So they were like, because of that, because he's like the only one who was there, and for his attempt to try to save Thomas, the um Lord Hardcastle, Peter Hardcastle, gave Ted Stanwin like a whole, like, what was it? He gave him like an estate or like a plantation somewhere, and like a bunch of money, because he was just like so thankful to him, to being like, oh, like, yeah, you didn't save him, but like you were there and you did something. And he was like, yeah, we'll always, whatever. Yeah, it says gave him some kind of plantation, an African plantation.
Nobody
Okay,
thinks
interesting.
he's. Wait, what?
So that's how like Ted Stanwin got his money. So he was a servant of the Hardcastles. Like he used to be, he used to work for them. But because of what he did, because of his good deed of catching Charlie Carver and bringing him in, he was gifted a bunch of stuff that made him money, and that's how he like got into money. Which is why like Lucy was familiar with him, and he doesn't want to be associated with the help, quote unquote, or like, with the maids and the butlers and stuff. So that's why he kind of like lashed out at her. Let me see what it
He's a great
says.
asshole.
Yeah.
Jerk.
Oh, I already said this. So yeah, they're like, okay, so we're gonna go on this hunt now. You gonna come? And not Daniel. Sebastian Aiden is like, no, I'm good. But you guys go, right? And then I think that's like the first time I want to say, do we see the plague doctor? We see the plague doctor. That's like after everyone leaves the room. Sebastian's still there, and he's kind of like, right? And he like, turns around, and there's suddenly like a man in a scary crow costume, a black plague doctor costume. Who are you? And he's just like, oh, oh. Sorry, I'm doing such an awful.
Bane?
Oh. What did you bring with you? Is what he asked. What did you bring? Because I'm imagining he has a mask on, right? So it must be like, muffled.
Muffled, yeah.
Yeah. What did you bring with you? My notes say asking what were the words that Aiden had said the moment he woke up. And that he's like familiar with Aiden. And, Aiden's like, Anna. And the plague doctor kind of looks disappointed, and he's like, oh, oh, that's that? Oh. And he kind of like pulls out his pocket watch, and, he's kind of like, fuck you. I think he mentions the footman, and that's like the first time the Aiden is kind of like, oh, the footman. Oh. What's that scene with like the people like, oh no, the thing. And they like spit and like turn around and like brush their shoulders. Do you know what I mean? I need to look up that meme.
What?
It's like from a movie, I think, where they're like, oh, the black spot, and they're like, oh, and they like do a little spin and they brush their shoulders. I think it was from like I don't know, maybe Pirates of the Caribbean. Anyways, I'm talking about a meme that I can't even show you. I'm sorry. Anyways, ignore me. Ignore me. The black spot. Oh.
Go on.
just to say that he doesn't know who the footman is, but just the word, just the name, just strikes this spark of fear within him, and he's like, oh, the footman. I don't know what the fuck that is, but that sounds like bad news. Oh my god. So he kind of like wanders around aimlessly, ends up in the stables. I think it's because he's like, I think Loki, he's like, I need to find a way to get out of here. So he goes to the stables to find like the stable master, but no one's there, right? And he like, it's, so it's raining. It's perpetually raining. Just always imagine raining, okay? And
they're gonna hunt in the rain?
yeah, they go and they hunt in the rain because they're men, and they're not gonna let a little drizzle get us down. A little drizzle. So they go, wait, Black Spot was a curse that pirates believed you was marked for death. Yeah, there you go. It was a thing. It was a thing, the Black Spot. Okay. At least someone knows my meme. So, yes, one person. Let's go. So he goes there and no one's home, but the fire has been lit, the little fireplace, and he takes out his sopping wet gloves and he goes and he hangs them there. And he's kind of looking around, and then he sees a note in the back, and he's like, oh, what the fuck is this? And it's a note from Anna, that bitch that he was looking for, the bitch that he thought was dead. I don't say bitch disrespectfully, though, by the way. Undisrespectfully. Yeah. I say this is in a way of familiarity.
Familiarity, my bitch.
Yeah. And it's a note telling him to go meet her at the graveyard tonight at 10:20 p.m. And the voice is there in the back of his mind. And because he's like, I'm not going to fucking do that. That's crazy. But the voice is like,
Howard,
you need to go. Like, this is our only clue of like what the fuck is going on. You've been looking for her. We thought she was dead. She's not dead. You have to go, right? So for now, he kind of puts aside his plan for kind of like running out of there, from escaping the manor. Right, we go back to the manor. There's some maids gossiping. I don't really think we need to talk about this. What did my bullet points here say? A meeting with Daniel and Michael. Yes, I talked about that. The Blake Doctor. Yes. Stables. No, for Mana. Yes. First meeting with Evelyn Hardcastle. Yes, the first meeting with Evelyn Hardcastle. Yes, what a good point. Yes. Oh, patting my back, patting myself on the back. Ah, yes, thank you for reminding me. Yes. We go back.
Namesake of the book.
Oh my God, Evelyn Hardcastle, the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn. So, we go to the sunroom. Why? I don't remember, but we're there, and it's just a bunch of giggling little girls. Everyone, all the men have gone away for the hunt, and he's like, oh, blah 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 blah. I don't know why he went there, but I think he goes there. Let me look. Let me just double check. Was there someone who told him to go over there? No, there's just some gossip that we don't really need to go into that he hears. Oh yeah, he's going around asking people, because Michael had told him that he'd seen him the night before get a note at dinner time. They were like, last night you got a note from a maid about something and then you left. And then he goes, oh, and then I end up with amnesia in the forest. Okay, well, I need to find out who the maid is and what the note said. So from hearing things, he's like trying to figure out, what maid had given him what. And that leads him to the sunroom to seek out Evelyn Hardcastle, because he's like, oh, I think her maid was the one who gave me the note. Or something like that, right? So there's a bunch of ladies. And there's Evelyn looking bored as fuck, playing chess against a big fat round man named Lord Ravencourt. And he looks quite flustered. The poor guy. He looks very flustered. And Evelyn looks so basically like bored with him, right? Uninterested, and just kind of like as if she's playing the game as if it's a chore. She's like, okay, all right, dude. And she beats him, barely even looking at the board. She beats him, and she's like, okay, you lost. Anyway, see you later, dude. And he gets up, he leaves. And she's like, oh, you're that Sebastian Bell guy. What's going on? And so they hang out. I'm not even going to go into the details. It doesn't really matter. They hang out. She's like, oh, what are you looking for? I think one of your maids gave me a note. Well, she's helping with the hunt, but she might be at the gatehouse. They go to the gatehouse. She's like, Evelyn is actually kind of really cool here. She's very, she's kind of laid back. Once they're away from everybody else and they're outside of the manor and they're making their way to the gatehouse, she's actually really cool. And he does kind of, not concede, but he kind of like tells her about like his dilemma of his, oh, I don't have my memories, my amnesia, but from the person that I think I am, I don't like. And she's like, well, then, you have amnesia. This is basically a gift. You can be anyone you wanted now. All these people that you admire, you can just take their traits and become, just grab the personalities that you want and just decide to be that way. Most people don't get to do that. Most people are born and raised and have events happen to them, and that what makes them who they are. Meanwhile, you get to wake up with no real self-identity, with no memories to shape who you are. And yeah, your basic instincts are, cowardly, but that doesn't make you a coward. You can take on aspects of a whole new personality of a person that you want to be, right? Like you can remake yourself into a person you want. And I thought that was beautiful, man. I thought that was really great and amazing that she said that to him. And then they get to the great house. And then they get to the gatehouse. I was like, wow, and I think that's really special and very cool. And I think if I remember, they get to the gatehouse and they meet Gregory Gold, a guy who's strung up by his arms in a room, who is unconscious. And they're like, oh yeah, that's our artist. He painted all the weird ass paintings around of all the family members in the house. Crazy that he went wild and beat the shit out of our butler. But yeah, we strung him here, and it looks like my dad had a couple of goes with him, beat the shit out of him, almost killed him in retaliation. Also the butler is there, in the gatehouse too. He's like, I think on the top floor, being tended to, because he was, as I said, attacked by Gregory Gold, had to, unprovoked, by the way, unprovoked, beaten to an inch of his life. And so, that's where they go there. I'm just gonna read my notes a little bit before I go on. I don't think this really matters. I don't think this really matters. Because I think they go there looking for Evelyn's maid, like just in case, right? But I don't think they find her there. Yeah. And then they have a heart to heart, sure. I know that they,
Yeah.
yeah. Who fucking cares? Um, they go to see the butler, right? Or not entirely. They go to see him, but they kind of like they can like peek in and they see the butler, fucked up, and then they see like there's a maid in there with them. Um, and she's the one who tells them. Actually, she's the one who tells them where Madeline is, and that Madeline was the one who gave him the note last night. So I think they leave the gatehouse to look for Madeline. And Madeline is Evelyn's personal maid, right? Uh and it's very weird. They go to like a wishing well, like an old disgusting wishing well that has grown old and is just not well kept at all. And she like kind of tries to like secretly pick up this note, right? And at this point, Aiden kind of feels some kind of kinship with her, I guess. And because he's like, this is like the only other person who's been so nice to me here and has actually talked to me like I'm a real person and not just like a psychopath. And she's kind of like, she tries to secretly look at this note and then put it back. And he doesn't say anything about it. Um, but she talks about like the wishing well and, blah, 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 how, I would make wishes here all the time. And there was like a quote from this that I thought was really funny because Aiden's like contemplating. He's like, as a kid, he's like, what would a child with everything want? Like what could she have wished for? And it just says, the voice actor, the guy, the narrator who's reading it is so funny. He goes, more. He goes, more. What could a child from a family like this could ever want? Could ever wish for? More. Just like everybody else. She would just want more. So I just thought that was funny. I don't want to get too much into the details of the forest because we have so much other shit to talk about. But yeah, they hang out. Aiden freaks out. So he's kind of like, Evelyn, you talk about me like you know me, like you've met me. And she's like, technically, I haven't known you for very long. I've only known you for like a little bit, right? I only know you for like, 2 minutes. I don't know. And he's like, tell me about myself. Who am I? And she's like, bro, you're the party's drug dealer. And he flips out and he's like, what? And she's like, yeah, you're the one, like, you're just here to help all the rich people dope up and like have a good time at the party. And he's just so disgusted with himself that he kind of like freaks out and he runs away to like back to his room. And Evelyn's like, what about Madeline? And he's like, oh. And he just runs off and it's just very silly and funny. I thought it was hilarious. And he's
the realization that he's a drug dealer.
Yeah, he's just a shitty, cowardly drug dealer. And that he's like, this is why everyone was looking at me like that. And like, all of my relationships here are fake. Oh my God. And that like, everyone who was looking at me weird thought that I was just high on my own supply. And that's why they were looking at me like that. And that like, All of my so-called
Oh,
friends are
yeah.
just like they're just being friendly because they want drugs and they see me as a source for whatever and like all my relationships are fake. So I thought that was fun. And he runs back
My
to his room.
worldview.
My worldview and perspective of myself. I don't like the truth about myself. So, and yeah, he goes to his room. He skips dinner. He doesn't even go to dinner. But eventually, he's like, I have to go to meet Anna in the fucking at the graveyard. What the fuck is going on there? Evelyn shows up and she's like, "Oh, sorry. I also skipped over the part where Evelyn was talking about her life and how she feels like she has no personal connection to anybody here at the manor. That all these people who are here because apparently the celebration is not just for Thomas, but it's also for her. So it's not just like also, hey, yeah, the anniversary of Thomas's death. It's also a celebration for Evelyn and that they're gonna have a fun little dinner and a ball and a dance and whatever. But she's like, no, this is like my parents trying to torture me. My parents do not love me. They are angry with me. They blame me for the death of Thomas and that
Ooh.
and that this is a punishment for me. My mom was supposed to meet me today, like this morning, at the lake. She didn't even fucking show up. Just to embarrass me. And at the lake of all places where her brother died, where her brother was killed. And she kind of like gives a little bit more detail of like, I'm being blamed because I was supposed to be watching my brother. It was at the same location. They're having a party there. I don't even know what the party was for, but she said that like her and her brother, she had like left them behind to go play with the other kids and play like horses or something. She was like, yeah, we all went like horseback riding without my brother. We abandoned him here, and that's when Charlie Carver and his friend came, grabbed my brother Thomas, killed him, tried to drown him, and when drowning didn't work, slit his throat. Okay. And that's when Ted Stanwin came in with the shotgun, shot down Charlie Carver, and the accomplice got away. But they found the knife that they used, the murder weapon, in Charlie Carver's house, and he got convicted and hanged. So they're like, but even with all that happening, my parents still hate me because they blame me for what happened to Thomas. They sent me away to France. That's what this is like Evelyn talking. This is Evelyn talking, by the way. They
Mhm.
sent her off to France. They away from the family because and that the she only came here to this party because they threatened her. They're like, if you do not come to this party, we're going to cut Michael, your brother, out of the family, and he'll be like homeless and without money because of you. Because out of everyone here on the estate, out of her whole family, she only has love for Michael. She's like, my brother, even during my grieving, even after everything that I did after abandoning Thomas, Michael is the only person who actually showed me care and love and actually tried to like, grieve with me over the death of our brother. And that he never blamed
The
me.
parents would just cut him off like that?
They were threatening her. They're like, if you do not come to this party where we are planning on embarrassing you in front of everyone we know, we're gonna cut you. We're gonna cut Michael off. Because she's like, yeah, cut me off. I don't give a fuck. But she's like, no, we're gonna hurt Michael, the only person that you actually love. We're gonna hurt him, and he'll have to be, alone and taken off of the will and poor and stuff like that. So that's what has her. That's what got her to come here to the party. And she's like, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's why like everyone looks at her like, well, like she's a stranger. Like they don't know who the fuck she is because they don't know who she is. She's been what do you call it? I was gonna say she's been taken away to Azkaban. She's been thrown away. Like
She's been in boarding school or whatever.
yeah, in France or something where nobody knows her and you know apparently she didn't make friends from I don't know, not from the sounds of it, but like if you're really that lonely, you know what I mean? No, that's not true. Her maid Madeline is her only friend actually, now that I think about it. So yeah. Anyways, sorry. Aiden freaks out, skips dinner, and then goes to the graveyard for the meeting with Anna. And Evelyn is there, and she's like, "Don't worry, man, I'm going with you." And he's like, "Anna, no." Not Anna, sorry. Evelyn, no, don't come. It might be dangerous. Who knows? And she's like, "Don't worry, I got that Glock 3000." She pulls out like a pistol. She's like, "Bam."
Oh.
I. She's like, I'm fitted up, bro. I got a gun.
That's a good.
He's like, "Fuck, she's a ride or die." I don't know.
Oh, God. Okay. All right, Miss Evelyn.
Wait, let me double check that I'm reading this in the right order. Oh no. Uh, yeah. You change. Lol. He's freaking out. Oh, that's me laughing at Aiden. Yep. Finds the trunk. Oh yeah, he goes and he looks at his stuff. Um. Wait, what?
Uh,
Huh? The
was
trunk
it?
is empty. Apparently, he goes. Sorry, I keep like telling things out of order, but it's like these little things that I feel like I could probably skip over. That's not that important. But I will say this is that during his freak out, he went to go like dump all of his drugs out of his trunk, right? And when he opens it, the all the drugs are gone. And that all that's left is this white bishop, like a chess piece, this white bishop with the name Anna carved into it. And
You were gonna
then
skip that part?
I know I was gonna skip that part because I was like, whatever. But I was like, this is low key, like really important. So then they go and you know, she's back in heat. She's gone, and then they go and try to do the whole thing where they go to the graveyard, and Evelyn's like, "No, I'm coming with you," right? There's a whole talk with Michael, but that's not important. So yeah, she has like a black revolver, and she's like, "It's my mother's gun. I have a black revolver. It says she is locked in, ride or die." So she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go." So they go to the graveyard. Nothing happens. They just sit there waiting the whole time. And at some point, Evelyn's like, "Yeah, I don't think she's coming, bro." Um, and yeah. Sorry, I'm reading real quick. Yep. Oh yeah, but right when they're about to leave, because they're like, "Yeah, Anna's not showing up," and they start to leave, and then they find blood, and
Hmm.
and Evelyn's like, "Wait, what the fuck is that?" And they're following like this splatter of blood to a tombstone, and there's a compass there, Aiden's compass. It had gotten like taken a long time ago, and Aiden had thought that Daniel took it from him at some point, but it's Aiden's old compass. Um, and that's it. I hate this. This is why I didn't want to talk about all the little tiny details because I'm like, yeah. And so, like, here's how my notes go because this is how my note taking goes. Right, I will put bullet points, and I'm like, hey, just general idea, but you're supposed to like remember shit, right? Like I'm supposed to remember what this is supposed to invoke, and I'm supposed to look at it and go, oh yeah, this happens, which is what's happened so far. Is a lot of the times I'll go and I'll look at my notes and it'll be like this happened. I'll be like, oh yeah, and this happened. But sometimes it doesn't work. And they'll be like, the compass. But Daniel had it. Did someone take it from him or did he kill someone? And it's like, all right, the next note right after that, they leave and head back to the manor. There's blood and fucking Aiden's stupid ass compass. Cool, great. So then they leave. I think what happens is what I remember what happens is that he freaks out. They both freak out because they're like, oh my god, what? And they freak out, and then Evelyn's like, you need to leave because I think someone's after you. Like, obviously, like, and then there's blood, and then there's your compass. Like, what the fuck is that about? So she's like, you gotta go, you gotta leave. Sebastian, leave, right? And so he runs to his room. And he goes to his room, and he's like, something's off. Someone's been in here. And then there's a box on his bed with like a red ribbon. And when he opens it, He finds a dead rabbit inside, stabbed with a knife, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And there's like,
Oh.
yeah, and there's a note, and this is from your friend, the footman. And then, bam, he blacks out. Oh, so yeah, day 2, the butler. So, anyways, so he wakes up and he is in the butler now. And, he's like, oh, what the fuck is happening? Right? And, he freaks out. And the maids are just so nice to him because they're like, you're old, but you're like a good guy. And, there's a heartwarming scene where he's freaking out, but everyone's like, you're just having one of your episodes. It's okay, darling. Come on, we're going to take you to have some crumpets in the kitchen. And we're going to take care of you, love. Right? And so.
So he's like senile, but he's like the
He's
head
not in.
butler though.
He's not entirely, but apparently he's getting to that age where like he is on the go, mama. Apparently he has episodes.
He's
He
just
is
been at
on
the
the go.
manor for so long.
Yeah, he's been
He's
working for
part of
these
the
people.
carpets, the drapes, the butler.
Oh, he's practically part of the scenery. Yes, he's part of the furniture. He's part of the whole set, the collector edition. Yes. So sorry, I had another sip of my wine, my shitty ass wine. What do I say? Oh, day 3. Oh yeah. So he's the butler. He has food, and he eats. And then Gregory Gold shows up, and he gets fucking rocked. He gets rocked, and it's just pain, 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 nothing. Ah. And so day 3, we're Donald Davis, and Aiden wakes up in his next host, and he's like, oh my god, it was just a nightmare. Holy moly, holy shit. Big temper tantrum? Oh, yeah, he does have a big temper tantrum. Here's the craziest fucking thing, okay? If this is the part that I think this is fucking wild. He wakes up. He runs out of the manor. It is still so early in the morning. It is dark, right? He runs out of the manor, and he's like, Stableman! Stableman! I need to leave right now. The plague doctor has told him, like, hey, bro, you need to chill. By the way, here's what's happening, right? Like, he's trying to explain to him, you're going to relive the same day. Every time you get knocked out, you become a new person. You have 8 hosts, right? You become a new person. And, like, here's what's going on. He does not want to hear it. He does not want to hear it. He's like, he runs away from the plague doctor, and he's like, he goes to the stableman, and he's like, get me the fuck out of here. And the guy's like, the horses aren't ready. It'd take forever. He's like, I need to leave right now. The man comes back with, like, a car.
Huh.
Yeah. And I was like, what? What era is this? And it's like, I think it's one of those, like, really shitty cars or whatever. Like, it does have a motor and shit, but it's one of those, like, old first, volumes of cars, I think. And he's like, take this car, just take the road straight down there, and he'll eventually hit the town, and you'll be fine. And I was like, he's like, I don't know how to drive this. And he's like, nah, it's easy. Get in the car, take it. I was like, what the fuck? And then he takes the car, and he tries to drive out of Blackheath, like, away from the manor. And he's driving for hours until he eventually finds out that he is not actually going anywhere. He can try to, as much as he tries to drive away from the manor, he cannot actually escape. He is stuck there. And eventually, the car runs out of gas, and then he tries to start walking his ass out of there. And the plague doctor comes back, and he's like, bro, you cannot leave. This is not that kind of shit, right? And there's, like, this thing where he, like, tries to run up to him, and he's like, I'll tell you, motherfucker, you can't, right? And the plague doctor has, like, he holds up his cane, and there's, like, this, like, spur of magic there. It's, like, some kind of weird, threatening pulse, and he's like, all right, bro, I was just trying to talk to you, bro. He's like,
So they're magic?
the magic, yeah. So there's some kind of magic here that is preventing him from leaving the manor. He cannot leave. He can walk down the road as much as he wants. He is not actually going to be able to get off. He's not going to be able to get away.
Mm-hmm.
And the plague doctor tells him so. And he's still kind of like, fuck you! And tries to walk away from him. And the plague doctor's like, oh my god, this... He's like, I've always disliked this Donald Davis because he's always been like, and this is what I meant by like big temper tantrum. He is just like a hothead, right? And so his childishness, his like Aiden himself is also like, I don't want to deal with this. But also the temperament of his host is encouraging this too and making him have this tantrum, making him kind of like act this way too, or really encouraging it. So it's
Mhm.
like really hard to reason with him. But yeah, the plague doctor tries to tell him, you got 8 different people. You have technically 8 days, 8 hosts, and this you're already on your third. You need to be careful. You have 5 other hosts, and you have to find out. You have to figure out like the murder. There's a murder mystery here. You gotta solve the murder, and come to the lake at 7. What was it 7 p.m.? That's so early. Come to the lake tonight, and you have to tell me who the murderer is, who killed, here. You got to solve this murder. And of course he's like, fuck you, and kind of runs off. Eventually, he walks for so long he collapses of exhaustion and he passes out.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. There's also a loop. Yeah, that too. I don't know how to go back, but we go back. Okay. Let me explain the loop, okay? Because this does get explained, and I'm probably not gonna have another chance to explain this. Because this is expounded on in later chapters, but I'll just tell you now in the beginning. Aiden is like, and Anna, they are stuck in this loop, right? Where they have to solve the murder, this mystery, right? And if they cannot solve the murder, they have to start from zero all over again. There are 3 people here. There are 3 players. We'll make it sound like a game. There are 3 players, right? And only one of them gets to leave. Only one of them gets to leave. So whoever solves the murder and can show who the murderer is with proof to the plague doctor, they're the ones who get to leave. And then the others have to stay here and just do it all over again until they get out. The only thing is that most people only get this one day. Aiden, our MC, technically gets 8 days. He relives the same day 8 times in 8 different people so that to help him, to give him an advantage in solving the murder, right? But if he doesn't, if he can't figure it out by the 8th person, everything starts all over again. He wakes up in the forest with no memory, lost and scared, with them like not knowing who he is.
Mm.
And with each loop, Aiden forgets more and more of himself. So at this point, he's been in here doing this loop for so long that at this point, he doesn't even remember who he is. That's how long he's been in here. Just putting that out there. Just so you know.
Just
Just putting that out there. He's
that
been
revelation.
he's been doing this loop so long he doesn't even know who he is. We already talked about this, the relationship with Aiden and Evelyn, or specifically with Sebastian Bell. I guess I want to talk about the Hardcastles now. So no, we talked about this. Evelyn and everybody else. No, yeah, I guess I've gone too far ahead. So yeah, we already talked about this. Here's all of the Hardcastles, by the way. This is Evelyn at the top, the daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Michael, the baby brother. Thomas, the brother that died. Helena Hardcastle is
The dead one.
the dead one. Helena is the mother. We're going to talk about her a lot throughout the story. And Peter Hardcastle, the dad. That's really all you got to need to know about that. Yeah. Yes, and Ted Stanwin, and yes, anniversary of Thomas's murder. Yes. We already know about this. Okay, great. We're on track. Oh, so fun with Ravencourt. So yeah, he passes out, right? And then he wakes up in his next host, Ravencourt. And that's the big man that I was telling you about, who was like in the sunroom with Evelyn playing chess, who was very flustered. So this guy is a big guy. He's also a very old guy. He's very old. He's very hefty. Um, and when it comes to like physical things like getting up, walking, he needs
Oh,
a lot of help. And he has this personal valet called Cunningham who helps him like get up from the bed and get into the bath and dresses him and all this stuff. And because Ravencourt is just one so old and out of shape that he can't really do these things by himself, or he can, but with great, great, great difficulty. Um, and because of this, they so graciously put him on the first floor. Meanwhile, most people are like their rooms, the rooms they're staying in, are on like the second or the third floor or something like that. You know what I mean?
hmm.
Anyways, I do like Ravencourt though because he is very smart. Let me see what I have to say here. Yeah, the valet Cunningham, who is his right hand man. So the first thing they do, they go to the library. Oh, such a perfect, nice place to go. And he has Cunningham write out a letter. Let me check my notes. Let me check my notes. I have a comment of how I hate the way the author describes and writes Cunningham, or not Cunningham, Ravencourt. Because, like I said, they have a knack of like really laying into a lot of the people's like physical descriptions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like
And
disgusting.
he really lays in on Ravencourt, and it's like it's like okay, yeah, we get it. He's big, round, and he's out of shape. Got it. But like, God, like Jesus, leave him alone, dude. He's what? He's like 60 plus years old. Oh my God. Anyways, that's just like a comment that I have here in my bullshit. Let's go to yes, he's very easily flustered. They go to the thing. Yes, contrast between bodies, of course. Yes, yes, yes. I want to know what this. Of course, they find. Okay, so here's what he writes a note. He has Cunningham write a note to his future self, and he's like, to all of my future hosts, because now he's locking in. Now Aiden's like, okay, I fucked around and lost my chances with the first three hosts. Now we really gotta figure shit out. Okay, this is
Who's
important.
he in right now? He's in the Butler.
He's in no. The butler was the second guy who got beaten up by by Gregory Gold, passed out.
Oh, I'm done.
He got beaten to an inch of his life, passed out, and then we wake up as Donald Davis. But then he tries to escape with him, passes out again, and now he's in his fourth host, who is Ravencourt.
And
But
that's when he discovers the loop. Now he's in Ravencourt. Okay.
yeah, and this is where he's like, okay, let's be smart about this. Because here's the good thing about Ravencourt. Because like I said, his host really does like affect how he thinks and his actions and what he does. Ravencourt himself is very smart. He's a very smart man. Maybe out of shape, but he is one of the smarter ones. And he's like, okay, I'm going to write a note for my future selves, and I'm going to put it in this encyclopedia. And I'm going to leave it here in the library because all my future versions of me will remember. And I'm going to wait here until they can come here and I can have a meeting with them. And so I'll have, my future selves come here and meet me and kind of like give me the answers and tell me how to proceed from here. Mm-hmm. Also, in the meanwhile, he's like, hey, Cunningham, can you do me a big solid? And I need you to go and look for people around here, snoop through people's things, ask around, whatever, figure out who this plague doctor is. And Cunningham's like, a plague doctor? And he's like, yeah, I need to go figure out a plague doctor. Just listen. Trust me, bro. Trust me. So, yeah, no to future self. He takes a little nap. I think we end up back in the butler. Yeah. By the way, the butler is like something Collins. I think his name is like something Collins. I can't remember his first name, but he's Mr. Collins. It doesn't matter, really. I will keep calling him the butler regardless. But during his nap as Ravencourt, he wakes back up in the butler and he's in the gatehouse like in pain. And there's like a woman there. And uh no, this is like no, I'm sorry. This is on the way to the gatehouse. He's not at the gatehouse yet, but there is a woman there, kind of like hushing him and trying to help him and stuff like that. And she tells him a little bit more about like what's going on. She's like, like she knows, she's in the know of what's going on. It says she explains that Aiden gets a full day with the host. That includes any time during the day until midnight that they're awake. So every time, it's like kind of explaining the mechanics of like whenever you're asleep, you're gonna switch into another host. So, you know, they're only done like you're only fully done with the host if one, they die, or two, they like, are either knocked out or go to sleep and don't wake up before 12. Before like 12 a.m. that day. But they're like,
Yeah.
at any other point, you are gonna be in a host. And anytime anyone goes to sleep or takes a nap or passes out, you're gonna be switching between them. So yeah, that's kind of it. Anyways, we go back. He wakes up from his nap. He's back in Ravencourt, and Daniel Coleridge is there. He's in the library with him, and he's like, "Oh, hey, old chap, what's going on?" That, and I really like this because now that he's in the perspective of Ravencourt, he's looking at Daniel like he's new. He's like, "Oh, there's something weird about this guy, actually." Like where I first saw like a really, warm, kind of like friendly person, I'm seeing a more like calculated and like a darker depth to his character now, which I thought was really fun. But Daniel tells him, he's like, "Hey, I'm you in the future. Um, I'm actually the final you in the future, and I'm gonna tell you right now, hey, bro, all of this not gonna help. What you need to focus on right now is you need to look for Anna. Okay, you need to focus on finding her. And we need to solve this murder." And I think he mentions like there is no way to save Evelyn. By this point, he's like, also, by the way, the person who dies is Evelyn Hardcastle. Evelyn Hardcastle is the one who gets murdered, and there's no way for you to stop the murder, but we can solve it. It's two different things. And you cannot focus on stopping the murder. He's like, "We need to stop her. We need to warn her." And he's like, "No matter what you do, you will not be able to stop Evelyn from dying." And yet he's like persistent. Ravencourt, Aiden is like, I still like the person that I am in my true self. My true self is telling me I cannot just stand by and just let it happen. No, I don't care if it's like inevitable, if there's no way to stop it. I'm gonna try my hardest to stop it no matter what.
Wow.
Sorry, I took another sip. But anyway, Daniel is like, "Oh, that kind of um that kind of like hope, that like brightness, that
I like the
conviction."
chivalry. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, I miss it. I wish that was me. Like that's something that I wish I could have in myself right now." But he's like, as Daniel is not that kind of person. As Ravencourt, I almost envy you for that kind of like hope that you still have. Which at this point, I'm just like, that. I feel like that says a lot about how things are going to turn out later on, right? It's like, oh, your last version of you, Daniel's like, "Hey, bro, there's nothing we can do. We can't save that bitch. Just focus on finding Anna for now." And he's like, "No, I must save her. I'm the White Knight." And he's like, "Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's so cute." But and then it's
yeah.
fun to
But
be
you think
like,
that.
for Aiden as Ravencart to look at his future self and be like, "God, when I was Sebastian, all I saw was like such like a cool guy who's so nice, and now I just see like just something uncanny and dark about you, and like, God, I don't want to be like you." You know what I mean? He's like, "Oh, this
Yeah.
like this all of this whole event really weighs on me later on in life. Like, fuck, that's fucked." Anyways, he tries to go to the sunroom to warn Evelyn, and she's like, "I don't want to fucking look at you, bro. I fucking just your visage infuriates me. And he's like, let's play some chess, and then I don't know why he doesn't talk like that. Let's play, right? And like if I win, you have to listen to me, and if you win, I'll leave you the fuck alone. And she's like, bet. I have nothing. I'm technically I'm not doing anything right now. And he, tries to, he fights her in this thing, and he notices like he's like, oh, I'm losing. There's no way like I'm gonna be able to do this. Mostly because he's so flustered, and his like the real version of Ravencourt is kind of like low key. Like he's very easily embarrassed. And so just him and just feeling so uncomfortable in his own skin. It's not just Aiden that's uncomfortable. It's Ravencourt himself, right? And he's also, like I said, easily embarrassed. He just feels so out of his depth that he can't concentrate on the game to win. So he tells her, he's like, Evelyn, you're gonna fucking die. And she looks at him like, how the fuck do you know that? You know? And then Sebastian walks in. Day one version of Aiden walks in. And she beats Ravencourt. And she immediately turns her attention to Sebastian Bell, just like how it played out on the first day when he was there. Except now he's in his a later host, and he's looking at the same day replay, but just from a different perspective. And so he doesn't really have much else he can do. So he leaves. I just kind of like, okay, well, she knows, right? And she looks like, but she seems okay with it. That's so crazy. So let me just double check this. If this happens in this order. No, this skips ahead a bit, I think. Oh yeah, one of the little things that Daniel tells him is like to watch out for the footman. He's like, the footman is very dangerous. He is looking for all of your hosts. He's trying to kill every version of all of us. He's like, that's so watch out for the footman. Do not be alone. Don't go anywhere by yourself. Always have somebody around. And be careful because he will try to kill you. Just after he places Evelyn. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading this. It says, at this point, there is a coldness to Daniel. I'm like, that we already talked about that. That's okay. Yeah, it says, Evelyn dies at 11 p.m. every single night. Damn. And that's it. Hard. Oh. Oh, he writes a note and he hands it to the valet. And he notices, this is one of the things that I always forget to mention. He notices that the valet's hands are dirty. Like they have like black soot or like black mud under his fingernails or something like that. And that his fingertips are red, like he had like tried to scrub them clean in a hurry. And I'm glad that I'm reading this because I always forget this part. Anyways, this is technically before he goes off to meet Evelyn in the sunroom, right? So like he writes this note and he gives it to Cunningham and he's like, okay, read this and just go into the other room where everyone's having like their lunch and just like watch what happened. And so after he comes back from the sunroom with Evelyn, he goes back to the library and Cunningham shows up and he's like, how the fuck did you know all of that shit? He's like, in your note, you write down everything that's gonna happen during the lunch. Or during breakfast. Like, how did you know? And he explains to Cunningham that he's like, I'm not actually Ravencourt. And he kind of like explains everything what's going on, right? But then Cunningham's like, I don't fucking want to fuck with you, bro. He's like, okay, cool. I'm going to wait until the real Ravencourt shows up. So all I have to do is wait until tomorrow. And yeah, you can just deal with all this shit by yourself. And he's like, no. And he's like, yeah, because what are you going to do if I don't? And he's like, I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to find out this secret about you, because if what I said is real about all my future hosts, then I'm going to get some dirt on you and I'm going to blackmail you right now. And he picks up this book and he opens it and he finds like he like reads his dirty little secret and he goes, yeah, because this. And he's like, oh my fucking God. And so that's kind of how he gets like his valet to stick with him, which is so funny. He just blackmails his valet. I think it's hilarious. And then oh yeah. So anyways, he also finds out when he returns to the library, other than that like meeting with Cunningham where he's like, you have to do what I say, and Cunningham being like, no, and it'd be like, yes, because I know your secret now. The book is like burnt or something, the little book with the note to his future selves, because he is low-key hoping to get like his other future selves to come and like talk to him, but it's like burning in the fireplace. So he's like, oh, that sucks. Which I was like, it doesn't really matter if the book is burned, because you already know that you did this. You know what I mean? Like, the note isn't really necessary. Yeah. It doesn't really matter. But, you know, just the note is being burned, whatever. I don't think that really matters about, like, at all. Anything else about Cunningham? I'm trying to see. I know that he sends Cunningham out. He's like, I need you. Oh, well, Cunningham, I think eventually does is like, okay, here's some people that like have, excuse me. He's like, I've been like snooping through people's shit, and that, like, you know, here's some people who I found like have costumes of like plague doctors. That's kind of weird, right? Or am I reading ahead again? Oh my God. Sorry, I constantly have to like look at my notes, or I might just like go too far ahead. I might be reading ahead again. Okay, he asks Cunningham. Okay, he tells him to go to the old wishing well in the forest. Remember where he like saw Evelyn take that little note, right? He said to go to the wishing well, read the note, and come back and tell him what that note said. He said to go find the plague doctor again, I guess, and to also scatter the name Anna all over the place. He wants everyone and everybody, literally everyone, knowing that he, Ravencourt, is looking for Anna, right? He's like, spread the word of this girl, because apparently she doesn't exist. Remember what Daniel said? He's like, nobody knows a fucking Anna. Well, he's like, okay, go and tell everyone that I am looking for Anna. And you know, like, just to put out the word, you know? Tell everybody, put out the word. Also, he said to go and for Cunningham to introduce himself to Sebastian Bell, to prove that something new can happen / change the narrative. So, you know, as Daniel is saying that, like, you can't change anything, he wants to try and test it. He's like, there's no way that the same day happens technically 8 times for myself and nothing can be changed. He's like, no way. But he needs to prove it. So he's like, go and introduce yourself to Sebastian Bell. Let's have something new happen. Let's have something out of the ordinary happen just to prove that it can, you know. So he leaves the library and he goes to the parlor because he has a meeting with Helena Hardcastle, the mom, Evelyn's mother. So he goes to his parlor, and on his way there, he hears footsteps following him. And it's like whenever he takes a step, the person in the, you know, behind him takes a step. But they're not like right behind him. They're like kind of like further down the hallway or something. And I'm like, how do you not even see him? You turn around, you don't see nobody walking with you? That's crazy. Right? I was like, how far down the hallway this motherfucker is? You got curved walls? You have like a, you know, like a wisping kind of way? What the hell? How do you not see this motherfucker? But he's like, you can't see him apparently. But he hears this motherfucking following him. And he's just like, oh my God, I'm alone. I did the one thing Daniel told me not to do. And I'm walking around alone. And the puppet's here. Right? And he like gets to his little parlor as fast as possible. And he's just like, we'll meet soon, little rabbit. And it's so fucking
Little rabbit, like
creepy.
the rabbit, the
Like
dead rabbit.
like that dead rabbit that he gifted to Sebastian Bell.
Yeah.
So anyways, he goes to his parlor and he meets Anna. And Anna is the one who tells him what his name is. So this whole time he didn't know who he was or what his name was. And Anna in the parlor is like, your name is Aiden Bishop. Which doesn't make sense. Now that I'm thinking about it. But Anna's the bishop and Aiden's the bishop. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways. No, Anna's a knight. I think I got some of my notes mixed up. Anna's a knight, isn't she? Aiden is the bishop. Anyway, sorry. Sorry. There's like chess pieces, right? There's chess pieces and there's like a bishop and there's a knight. And each piece has like Anna and Aiden's name carved into it. And I'm like, Aiden's name should be in the bishop because he's Aiden Bishop. And Anna should be in the knight because she's like low-key protecting Aiden. Anyways. They go to wait, let me see if my not that. If this has there we go, Millicent. So Anna leaves and she's like, stop telling everyone to look for me. Stop that shit. You're gonna blow my cover, you're gonna put me in danger, you dumb bitch. Stop telling people you're looking for me. And he's like, sorry, okay. And then he runs into Millicent Darby. And this is like an old lady. And she's kind of like on her way to check out Helena Hardcastle's room. Because she's like, I had a meeting with her earlier today. She never showed up. So they go and check out Helena's room to see if she's there. She's not there. But but it looks like someone broke into her room. There's like, I think it was like the door was busted in. There's like black fingerprints all over the place. And there's like I think it was like a case for like a couple of guns. There was like a gun case. And there were 2 revolvers missing from it. And also there was like a page ripped out from Helena's from her binder, from her like little planner. And immediately Millicent is like, "Oh, Helena is off the rocker. I gotta find her. She's being crazy or something." And Aiden's like, "Why do you say that?" And he's like, she's like, "Well, I've known her for a long time, and from the looks of the state of this room, she's up to something bad, right?" And she's like, "Oh fuck, this old bitch. We gotta find her. Oh Lord, yeah." Rip planner, yeah, there you go. I got it. Anyways, you go back to the library. This is when the book is burned. This is when Cunningham comes in. He's like, found the person with the costume, the plague doctor costume. Oh, and this is when Aiden is like, I know you've been in Helena Hardcastle's room. What the fuck were you doing there? He's like, I saw your little dirty little fingers smudging the place. Why the fuck were you there? And he's like, Cunningham's like, I actually know Helena Hardcastle, and I was invited to her room. So any of that weird shit that you saw, that was not me. But one thing that I know about me and the Hardcastles, at least Helena, they like me. Right? And he's like, oh, well, if you're in good with the Hardcastles, what's that about? And he goes, I'm not telling you. Okay. Well, then maybe I need you to go and watch after Evelyn. And he goes, no, that's fucking stupid. Just because I have a good relationship with Helena doesn't mean I have a good relationship with all of them. You're looking for a killer. You're looking for a murderer. How can you just trust me that easily? That doesn't make any fucking sense. And he's like, no, at best, you should be the one to watch out and look after Evelyn, not me. Anyways, they have to go to dinner. And which is like very interesting, just that like Cunningham's like, all right, you bitch, you might be able to blackmail me, but I can at least counter your shittiness with my own actual logic. Fuck you. You want me to go watch Evelyn all night? No. You do it. You think I'm a killer? Maybe I might kill her. You don't know. Anyways, at dinner, ooh, big announcement.
Big announcement. Let's
Big
go.
announcement. They announce. Oh, this is like the dinner right before um the one that Sebastian skips, the one that Aiden skips as Sebastian. Uh, they announce um Ravencourt and Evelyn's marriage, and they're like,
Mhm.
"Yeah, ooh, congratulations to you, girl. This is off to you. Oh, have fun with your 60-year-old, fucking crazy ass old bitch new husband." And she runs out of there so fucking embarrassed, mortified, crying. And as I've said, Ravencourt is an easily flustered man, and he is mortified. And he didn't even know. He was like, well, Ravencourt knew, right? But Aiden didn't know. And he's like, this is why she fucking hated me so bad. Like, when I went to the sunroom to talk to her, it wasn't because she was disgusted by me. Well, she was, but mostly because she knew that I'm like, we're getting wed? What the fuck? And everyone's like, ugh. You know what I mean? Like, everyone there is kind of like, low-key, like, yikes. Ooh, disgusting, messy. Whoa. And, like, Evelyn is, like, in her, I think, like, early to mid-20s or something like that. Like, she's still pretty young. She's being wed off, obviously for money, to 60-year-old plus Ravencourt. Oh my god, the poor dear. Ugh, imagine her under a old, like, how she, they would know she'd have to ride him. Never mind. Anyways, so that was embarrassing, and Cunningham shows up, and he is like, ooh, he's got this shit-eating grin. He's like, oh yeah, you fucking love that. You like that, you little dumb bitch, huh? Yeah, you embarrass me, now I'll embarrass you. And to be honest, Aiden's kind of like, all right, respect. Okay. You didn't warn me about this evening's announcement, and you just let me, like, sit there embarrassed? Okay. All right, you little bitch. Okay. Very cool.
For a little more wine.
Yeah, sorry, I'm playing. Just a little bit more wine. I just thought that was so funny. I was like, this fucking valet is petty as fuck. There you go, big reveal. And also Cunningham is petty. Thank you. Oh, and then later down the line, they find out that Evelyn is missing. They're like, oh, Michael comes on over like, you know, he like stops the band from playing. He's like, hey guys, real quick, has anyone seen my sister? And everyone's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Evelyn's dead. Oh, by the way, so God damn it.
Oh my god.
So then we go out because he starts looking for her. Ravencourt. Aiden's like, okay, well, where did she go? He goes out. I think like I don't even know. He goes to like a outside to what do you call it? A reflecting pool, and he finds her at the reflecting pool. She's kind of like looking down at herself into the water, and then bang,
Um,
and she falls
Here
straight
it comes.
into the pool. And then fireworks. And then fireworks in the background. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. And they like Michael comes out and he's like crying and he pulls his sister out of the pool and Dr. Dickey is there and he's like, oh my god. And he's like looking at her and she like she has like a bullet wound like right through her stomach. And you know, Aiden is watching this from afar and he's just like in shock. He's like, the murder of Evelyn Hardcastle, she offed herself. She shot herself. And they find like a suicide note, but they're looking at the gun that she used, and the gun that she used is a silver revolver. But earlier in the graveyard, she had a black one. She had like a black gun.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Our mothers.
Hmm.
Her
Uh.
mother.
Anyways, awful times with Jonathan Derby. I mean, also real quick, we have to talk about. We go back to the butler for a second. Day two, we're back to the butler, but it's just a bunch of shit that I think I've already told you. Oh no, Aiden's promise. So as the butler, Anna's in there at the gatehouse with him. Um, and this is kind of where she tells Aiden about like kind of like her side of what's going on, right? She's like, I'm not like you. I don't have 8 hosts. I just have this one day to figure everything out on my own. Well, if it wasn't for you, I'd be figuring it out on my own. But because of you, you promised me that you're gonna figure out a way to get both of us out of this together. And she's like, I don't know the plague doctor. He's never talked to me, but you need to utilize him because apparently he likes you. And, you need to get, like, not like good word in, but just like you should probably like listen to him and heed his warning because he's apparently, from what it looks like, he's really trying to get you to get out, you know, uh, compared to like the plague doctor's efforts with me and probably the third person who's playing this game with us. Because remember, there's 3 of them in this quote unquote little
Mm-hmm.
game that are trying to get out. That are trying to solve the murder. So she's like, obviously, probably comparatively, unless the plague doctor is talking to both of the other 2 people, she's like, the plague doctor likes you. We should probably listen to him. And she's also mentions that like to her, she's meeting Aiden out of order. So like the first Aiden she meets, spoiler alert, is like the final version of him, right? So she's like, you came to me and you're the one who gave me all of this information, you know? But like the way you're meeting me and the way I'm meeting you are in completely like different order. So, you know, the last thing that you saw me do might not be the last thing that I did by the time you see me next, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it's very confusing. It's very confusing. Anyway, so we're Jonathan Darby, day 4. Okay. And oh, smacks Mrs. Drudge. What the fuck are we talking about? Anyways, he goes looking for Madeline, I think. What happens? Let me double check. Yeah, he chases Madeline. Um Jonathan Darby, as you can tell by the title Awful Times with Jonathan Darby, I do not like this guy. I do not like him. He is disgusting. He is a bad person. And Aiden just has to live inside of him. But the worst part is that Jonathan has such like he's one of the characters where Aiden's like, I really need to like reel this motherfucker in. I really need to have like a tight hold on him because he is instinctively he is perverse. He is like aggressive and stupid and he is awful. He chases Madeline in the uh in the in the forest, right? And then there's like a gunshot. And then Evelyn shows up and she's like, "You better leave her alone or I'll fucking kill you." And then she leaves. And then the plague doctor shows up and is like, "Hey man, I know this guy is crazy to be like Jonathan Derby himself. He is disgusting, but you really need to like hold on. You really need to just figure this shit out despite the awful urges of this man." And he gives him the compass and he's like, "What the fuck, why are you giving me this?" And he goes, "Well, I need you to give this to Sebastian Bell." Because by the way, they're in the forest. I don't know if I mentioned that. They're in the forest. And this is that scene that plays off in the beginning where Aiden first wakes up and he's in the forest and he sees a woman being chased by a man and then hears a gunshot. So this is the reality of that scene. So it was actually
Oh.
himself chasing a maid to get answers, to be honest. To be fair, he was trying to get answers from her until he was like, ooh, the thrill of the chase, the thrill of chasing a young hot lady, right? And then Evelyn And then the gunshot was actually from Evelyn, um, and the quote unquote killer that gives Sebastian Bell the compass was actually just himself as Jonathan Derby. So but there's certain things that need to be done so that things will play out as they did before, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? It's like the typical like um fucking with like events like uh fucking
The
around with like the
butterfly effect.
timeline.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, we need the catalyst to XY event. So now me in the future has to go and make sure that this happens in the past, technically. You know what I mean? Even though everything's happening on the same day. It's very confusing. But it's fun. I thought it was very cool. Eventually, he kind of wanders around. He finds his mom, Millicent Derby. Yes, Millicent, that old woman, is Jonathan Derby's mother. Um,
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was
they
like Derby.
Derby. It's really weird because the guy reading the story is kind of has like an accent, and he like reads with the accent and shit. So I kept thinking, and this is audio, so I thought it was Darby, like Darby. But when I was looking up like
Hmm.
everyone's names, I found out that it was Derby, and I was like, oh, but he says it as Darby. I also had the same issue with a guy that's gonna show up later in the story called Mr. Darnt. Is it what it sounds like? This way the guy says it, it sounds like Mr. Darnt, but the way it's spelled is dance. So I was like, what the fuck? And at first I was like, there's no way this is Dunce, Mr. Dunce. That'd be a crazy name for a character. No way. Anyways, Anyways, so they talk about the bastard child of Peter Hardcastle. They're like, oh yeah, he was fucking around with a lady and one of the maids, and had a bastard son, and the maids raised him. And like, I think Helena Hardcastle found out about it, but made them low key like keep the child, not like kick. They didn't kick him out of the estate. They kept him around, right? They didn't raise him as their own, right? Because he was raised as like a servant. But there is like some speculation that Helena Hardcastle, as a way to um punish her husband, she made them keep the kid around and raise him around the estate. Just to be like, yeah, you fucking this is your fucking son. I think the lady. Let me double check. Did the lady die? I'm gonna double check. Let me see if I wrote this down here. The maid that Peter had been like fucking with that had the kid. I think she died. Innocent Darby. Well, that's not what I was looking for. It says Jonathan is a rapist. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Anyways, he meets with well, actually, Daniel shows up. Did I write it here? Yeah. Daniel shows up and he's like, "Oh, hi, Mrs. Darby. Let me talk to your son real quick." And he's like, "I have a plan to get the footman to like kind of like jump him. Bring Anna." My neighbors are like shooting off fireworks already, pissing me off. He's like, "Oh, bring Anna with you, and we're gonna jump the footman, and we're gonna get the jump on him, and we're gonna beat the shit out, so then he can't kill us anymore, yeah." And so he's like, "Okay, that's great. I'm gonna go meet with Anna." He has a meeting with Anna, and the fuck do they even talk about? Oh yeah, see, this is why I need to press these before I just start talking. He asks Daniel, he's like, "Do you still think that we can?" Like that we both, like us and Anna, like we both can leave, and because he's like, "You're the last one of me, you're my last host, so do you know what's going on? Is it happening? Do you know a way for both of us to leave?" And he's like, "No, I lied, and we can't both leave, and it's only one of us." And he's like, "Well, we have to tell her the truth." And he goes, "Why? She'll just betray us. We can't do that." But he's like, "Yeah, but it feels fucked up to lie to her about it." And, Aiden is like, Aiden as in Jonathan Derby. Aiden is like, well, I still want to believe that there is a way. Maybe you haven't figured anything out, but maybe by the time I get to you, things might change. Who knows? Though, from the way things look, so far we haven't found any proof that, like, things can be changed here, right? So if Daniel is the final Aiden, most likely not. Anyways, we meet with Anna. uh, and there's a very interesting thing with Anna that she's kind of like, she knows about Jonathan Derby and how, like, disgusting he is, that nobody fucking likes this motherfucker because he's a disgusting rapist and just awful. And she's like, he's like, you need to be careful around me as this man. But she's like, I know that that I'm safe because it's you and him. And, like, on a regular basis, I'd be running. But because I trust you and you're going to get us out of here right after this conversation with Daniel, I believe I trust you, Aiden, and we're going to get out of this, blah, 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 whatever, right? And he's like, oh, man. Blah, 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 whatever. Yeah, like, blah. Because she's also like, when she's like, when I woke up, I had memories of you too. Like, when I woke up, you were the first thing on my mind. And even though my memory of you is that of you betraying me, like, she's like, in the last loop, my memory that I clung on to before we started everything all over again is that you betrayed me. And that we were working together up until the end, where it was made apparent that only one person can leave, and you tried to go for it, and you killed me. Like, you betrayed me. And even though, like, that fucked me up, talking to you earlier today kind of reinstilled my trust in you. And so right now, right here, I do trust you. Like, we are in this together. So anyways, he gets, like, called over into a meeting with Mr. Stanwin and his guard. Well, Mr. Stanwin, remember Ted Stanwin? Remember the nice man with the plantation? The one
Nice.
who
He's not nice.
he his bodyguard comes over. He's like, "Oh, fucking Mr. Stanwin wants to talk to you," and while he's waiting with the guard, he's like, oh yeah, Mr. Stanwin is in another meeting with Evelyn Hardcastle, actually. And he goes to kind of, like, try to hear, like, what they're talking about, because he's like, Evelyn, I want to talk to her. And he's like, no, Mr. Hardcastle's talking to her. Not Hardcastle. Mr. Stanwin's talking to her. Fuck off. But he's listening in, and he hears about something about Felicity Maddox. And he's like, what the fuck is that about? Anyways, to the meeting. Do I have any points here? Let me just double check if I say anything. No, it goes straight to Mr. Dickey. Anyways, so let me tell you. He has a meeting with Mr. Stanwin, and Mr. Stanwin's like, hey, your mom's been late on some payments, bro. And if we don't get those payments, I mean, God, I'd hate if something ever happened to your mom. And he's like, are you threatening me, Mr. Stanwin? And he's like, oh, obviously. Like, I know you're dumb, kid. I know you're stupid, but, like, obviously I am. And he goes and he kind of, like, grabs I think there was, like, a chessboard there, and he, like, throws it at the guard. He's like, nah, I'm gonna fucking fight you, right? Then in the fight, he, like, hits the guard over the head or something with it, and he runs out of the room. Ah! And he goes and he hides. And later on, he escapes them, but then he runs into Mr. Dickey, or Dr. Dickey. I put Mr. Dickey, it should be Dr. Dickey. I'm so sorry for the disrespect right there. And he's like, oh, do me a favor. Because he kind of remembers. He's like, oh, Jonathan Derby and Dr. Dickey, they're kind of, like, connected in a way. And, like, they have, like, a personal relationship a bit. So he's like, oh, do me this big favor. I know you're about to go see the bodyguard. Do me a favor. Can you, like, I need you I need to drug him. I need you to sedate him, right? The bodyguard. So he's like, okay, um, just to help you, Jonathan Darby, I'll do it. Fine, I guess you're my friend. And you're like, okay. He goes and does it, and when Dr. Dickey leaves, he goes back into the room with the bodyguard like knocked out. And even though he's like, I should not be doing this, he goes in there and he looks through all of Stanwin's stuff, right? Because this is like Stanwin's room. I guess that the I'm like, I don't know if it's like the bodyguard and Mr. Stanwin is sharing the same room, but this is Stanwin's room. And maybe they're just housing the bodyguard in there for now. He's like out of it on the bed. And he's going through all of his stuff and he gets a ledger, a very interesting little book. Looks encrypted. And he finds a letter to Evelyn from Felicity Maddox. Kind of like being like, oh yeah, if you want, if you need me, you truly want me there, send me proof. Like, let me know that this is actually you who's reaching out to me. Because like, yeah, I don't trust a Stanwin guy, but like, if you need me, I will show up. I'll be there, right? Yeah, steals the letter to Evelyn. Oh yeah, and then he gets knocked out. And then once he gets these things in his possession, he is knocked out. Anyways, day 2, we are the butler again. And the plague doctor is there. And I think this is when he tells him that he's the one who actually gets to play around in the order of which Aiden, like, wakes up in. Because, he's like, oh, he's Sebastian Bell, and then he's the butler, and then he's Donald Davis, and then he's the butler again, and then he's whatever. So he's like, I'm the one who's actually manipulating who you get to be and when, because he's like, I'm actually trying to help you here. Like, I'm trying to figure out like in what order do you need to be people to help you solve like the murder, right? Because we still don't really know why he's helping Aiden, but he's the one telling him like, hey man, I'm the one who kind of gets to dictate. Because depending on how you start this day, right? On like which host you start with, excuse me, which host you start with, what you remember from the last loop dictates how successful you are. And so out of all of this trial and error, this lineup of like you switching between these people is kind of like what I figured out might help you the most, right? And he's like, just fun things for you to know. Oh yeah, and then he warns him about Anna betraying him. Yeah. Anyways, the butler again loses consciousness, and now we are back to Jonathan Darby. So yeah, he wakes up and he's fucked up. Derby. The way the guy says it is Darby. So Darby. So he wakes up. Actually, real quick. Let me go piss. Let me go piss. I need to piss, bro.
Oh boy.
I have piss and I need a little bit of water. I need a little bit of water, so I'm gonna do that real quick, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello? 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 I'm
Oh,
back.
I muted myself.
Okay. By the way, if you have any questions, please ask them. Don't be too timid to interrupt me so that you can get some answers. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because
I'm mostly taking it all in.
I know it's a lot of information, especially in the beginning. It's like a lot. But it's fun and like, I hope you're having fun too.
It's interesting. I'm curious.
Okay, yay. I'm like, well, at least there's that. At least there's that. Okay, then let's get back to it. Oh, also, it's more of like these earlier chapters where I put down a lot of bullet points because by this time, remember, I've like listened through this or listened to this on like one day, like on a Saturday. So the later the chapter is, the more information I'm trying to like remember. But as we go on, I'm like, oh, I'll probably get tired of like getting. The thing is that I'm afraid of going over things and being like, no, that's not important, and then like going on with everything, and then you being like, wait, but what about XYZ? That doesn't make any sense. And then it's like, oh, it's like a little fact that I skipped over because I didn't think was important at the time. You know what I mean? You know?
Yeah, but
So I'm like, I don't want to make it too long, but also like, just in case I forget anything. But I am kind of like trying to skip a lot of the little things. Anyways, I think, I think after this it kind of like picks up. So, where was I? We're back into Derby. He wakes up. He's all fucked up. He's like bleeding and shit, and he takes himself. Also, all of his shit is gone. So the ledger and like the letter is gone. It was taken from him. And he leaves and he goes to Dr. Dickey's room to go and like bandage himself, right? He's like, oh fuck. He gets fucked up. Dr. Derby shows up and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Also, I'm sick and tired of you. I always help you and I help you cover up all these shitty things that you do because you're a bad person and you're a pervert or whatever. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm done. And he holds up like a silver gun, like a silver revolver. And he's just like, well, that's the gun that Evelyn had when he shot herself. Or when she shot herself, that's the gun. But he's like, get the fuck out of here. And embarrassingly so, it's very easy for him to get the gun. He like gets a maid to tell Dr. Dickey like, oh, someone needs you, right? And then he sneaks in and he just takes a gun. It's very easy. It's very embarrassing. Anyway, he checks out Evelyn's room again. He's just a pervert. Nothing really happens. Cunningham. Cunningham? What about Cunningham? I don't remember Cunningham here. We're gonna keep going. All of them. Oh, he has a note that says all of them. Here is the thing. I don't understand. This is one thing
boy.
that I do not. I even after knowing the ending, I was still like, what does this mean? I don't know. Anyways, he gets a note. It says all of them. Michael shows up and he says, yeah, it's just more bullshit about what happened with the oh Lord, it seems like it is important. I highlighted something in my notes. Oh no, this is something else. Michael just tells him more about like what happens with Thomas and stuff like that, and it's just sad shit. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm looking for my sister. She's somewhere." Anyways, Dr. Dickey comes up and he's like, "Hey, Millicent Darby, your mother, she's dead. She died of a heart attack." And Jonathan is distraught. We go to the room that they put Millicent Derby's dead body in, and like there's like a very distinct like difference between like how Aiden feels about this, and then he can feel Jonathan, like the soul of Jonathan, like mourning his mother. She's like the only person that's ever looked out for him, other than Dr. Dickey, I guess. But she did it out of love, and Dr. Dickey did it out of like I don't know, companionship. I don't know. Anyway, she's dead, and then Evelyn shows up, and she's asking for the gun. Remember, he grabbed the gun. Ah, he grabbed the gun from he grabbed the gun
The
from
silver one.
yeah, the silver one from Dr. Dickey. So she shows up and she's like, "Give me the gun." And he fucking gives it to her. Crazy enough. I guess I wanted to talk about Aiden and Anna's relationship at this point. But I guess the only other things that I haven't really mentioned other about their relationship is that, like, you know, Anna is another ride or die. In the way that, like, Evelyn is for Aiden at the graveyard, Anna is very that. She's like, I'm gonna, protect you. I'm gonna watch out for you. Don't worry. And Aiden's kind of like, I don't want to say the brains, but he's like the one kind of like planning everything and then being like, okay, Anna, this is how everything goes. Though at this point, it's very her telling him what to do, right? Like in that meeting when he was Jonathan Derby, she's like, there is a spot that I need you to be at the time and place where Evelyn shoots herself, right? He's like, at that time, I need you to be at this specified rock. I have a little special rock, and you're going to go there near the, just outside of the perimeter of the reflecting pool. And you just stand there. I need you to watch. Right? And they trust each other. They trust each other a lot here. So, anyways, later that night, after Evelyn gets the gun, he's at Anna's special rock. He's like, all right, let's watch. And he rewatches everything unfold all over again, right? So he's like, fuck, okay, well, there she goes. And weird thing though. Why don't I have it here? Sorry. I don't have it here. I didn't write it down, but I have it in my notes. So he watches things play out, but they don't play out exactly how they did before. Like, Evelyn still shoots herself and, like, dies, but instead of Michael pulling her out of the reflecting pool, someone else pulls her out, right? And suddenly he's, like, knocked to the ground, and Michael's, like, cursing him out, like, you fucking motherfucker, I can't believe this, and is, like, tussling with him, and people have to, like, come over and separate them, and he's like, what's going on? This is kind of, like, not happening the way it did before, right? So this is proof that, like, things can be changed from the event that he saw as Ravencourt and from the same event that he saw as Jonathan Derby. Things have changed now. Things can be changed. So now we know. Now we know things can be changed. But then the footman arrives and kind of, like, baits him out into the forest. And he, like, chases him like, you motherfucker. Kills him, he dies. Anyway, so we're Mr. Dance now. It's dance, but it's pronounced Darns. At least that's how the guy in the thing says it. Or at least I think we're Mr. Darns. Because then Gregory Gold shows up. Mr. Darns! Day 5, question mark? Gregory Gold shows up. Remember the guy who beat the shit out of the butler? He shows up and he's like, don't get out of the carriage. Don't leave the carriage. Don't. And then he, like, looks away and looks back, and then he's gone. Like, Harry Gold is gone. And he's like, what the fuck is that? And he goes to sleep, and he wakes up as the butler. Anyways, so there's a man with a shotgun with the butler, and then he goes back to sleep too. And now we're Mr. Darns. And now we're actually Mr. Darns. Day 5 might have been Mr. Darns, but I'm not entirely sure. But now we're 100% Mr. Darns this time. And he's this old man, rich, mean. He hates his son. His son, like, wakes him up, and he's like, Father, I've woken you up at the time that you specified, and I did all these other things. Can I, like, not go to the hunt today? And he's like, fuck with you. Fine, you don't have to go to the hunt. And he's like, thank you. And he's like, God, I hate my son. And he leaves.
Oh, no.
I don't know. the son's never mentioned again. I just think it's really funny that we get to know that about him. um. Anyways, him and a bunch of other lads. What are they called? It's like him. Oh, yeah, him, Mr. Harrington, Mr. Sadcliffe, and Mr. Pettigrew. They all are on their way to meet Peter Hardcastle at the gatehouse. Which, by the way, just another little fun little fact. Um, Helena Hardcastle and really like everybody else in the family are staying in the manor. Peter Hardcastle is the only one who is not staying in the manor. He's actually staying in the gatehouse this whole time. He like refuses to step foot inside the manor. Also, it's not like his relationship with Helena is good anyways, but you know, it definitely doesn't help. So, you know, it just kind of seems like they're on odds right now. Anyway, so they're like, you know, they're on their way over to meet Peter Hardcastle. They're kind of like gabbing. The girls are gabbing. They're kind of like gossiping. And they kind of talk more about like this bastard child of Peter Hardcastle. It is interesting. Excuse me. Um, they also talk about how Cunningham was, you know, around them asking about Thomas Hardcastle, right? They're like, oh yeah, fucking that valet of Ravencourt, odd fellow, asking about Thomas. Oh, strange. And I mean, if you think about it, that wasn't one of the tasks Aiden as Ravencourt had given Cunningham to do. So obviously, Cunningham has his own, you know, his own interests here. He has a relationship with Evelyn or Helena Hardcastle. Apparently, he's going around asking about Thomas. Like, well, he's kind of up to something. That's kind of interesting. And he was also asking about the accomplice to Charlie Carver, the one who got away, because they hanged Charlie. They never found the other guy that was with him when they killed Thomas. Never got found out. So they go and they meet Peter, right? They go and they meet Peter, and he's like, "Hey guys, so remember Ted Stanwood? Remember Ted Stanwood? Wait, let me see if I have anything after this. Another meeting with Anna. Okay, they go and they meet Peter, and he's like, yeah, so Ted Stanwood, who's been a pain in all of our asses, like apparently he has blackmail on everybody in Blackheath. He's got bullshit on everyone. He is like a little mob boss with blackmail, and people just be paying him just to keep him, you know, quiet. Crazy. And they're like, oh, well, Daniel Coleridge came to me, and he was telling me that he's willing to help us deal with Ted Stanwin, and that as long as we all give him one favor, he will help us, you know, get rid of Ted Stanwin, and you know what I mean, and like, you know, have him gone, just to get him off our backs. And they're like, should we trust him? That's crazy. And they're like, well, there's nothing really else we can do. Ted Stanwin is eating them, at least their money. He is devouring them out of like penny, and it's fucking crazy how like one of the reasons why they have to wed Evelyn to Ravencourt is because Ted Stanwin is draining, at least the Hardcastles. He's draining the Hardcastles from their money, or of their money, because he has so many of their secrets. Yeah, they're like, we need to do something with Ted Stanwin. Daniel Coleridge is willing to help us. And, you know, being Mr. Darns, one of Peter Hardcastle's beloved friends, actually, low-key an ex-friend. They were close, and then I guess something happened and they weren't as close as before. But he's still, like, his lawyer in a lot of legal dealings. So he's like, well, you know, I'm just watching out after him. And he's like, well, oh, Daniel Coleridge, that's me. So like I'm here to like my purpose here in this meeting is that I need to vote for all of us trying to like help with Peter or not Peter with Daniel, because if I put a good word for him, that's also a good word for me, right? He's like, that's my last host. So he must be plotting something. Also, with his position as Mr. Darts, he has a lot of influence. People look up to him. The person he is, people mostly default to him because they see him as like, clever and smart and like, just like really always the proper person to look for on like things like
Dependable.
this. Yeah, so they're like, he's like, yeah, Daniel Coleridge, very cool guy, love him. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, cool guy, love him too, yeah. Oh, yeah, I was about to say that too, yeah. So they're like, cool. After everybody leaves, Aiden stays with Peter, right? And they're in the little room alone. And he's like, do you know your daughter, Evelyn, is in great danger? And Peter's like, why? Because they're after our money? Like, because they're after our money? And he's like, no. And he goes, oh, no? Well, then who fucking cares? Like, he doesn't care unless it's like actually gonna affect their finances. So he's like, well, maybe actually, maybe they're going after Evelyn. They're gonna try to kill her. And if she's dead, then there's no one for Ravencourt to marry. And if Ravencourt doesn't marry your daughter, then there's no money. And Peter's like, oh no, the money. No. And he's like, yeah, Aiden is like, Mr. Peter, oh no, Mr. Hardcastle, Lord Hardcastle, if you really care for your money, I have to question you on these rumors that I've heard. Do you think Evelyn Hardcastle, not Evelyn, sorry, excuse me, Helena Hardcastle is after your daughter and hates her and would want her dead? Because at this point, that's what Aiden thinks. Aiden is like, no one can find this fucking bitch, Helena Hardcastle, the mother. No one can find this
Mm-hmm.
fucking bitch. Where the hell is she? I've been looking everywhere for her, and everyone is like, yeah, I had a meeting with her, never saw her. He keeps going to her room, never finds her. Can't find a clue about where this bitch is. So at this point, especially after what Evelyn said, right? Evelyn was like, yeah, my mother fucking hates me and blames me for the death of my little brother. Um, and yeah, she didn't meet me. She's trying to embarrass me. All of this is, she's like, all of this whole party is just to humiliate me. And now we know it's so that to humiliate her by wedding her to Lord Ravencourt. So he's like, yeah, is Helena trying to kill Evelyn? And Peter's like, no, of course not. That's our daughter. Like, yeah, Helena might be mad and she does like to get her revenge, but here's the scoop. Mama, and here's the scoop. Ravencourt is gay. Ravencourt is gay. And the only people that he fucks with is his valets. So
Really?
he's not gonna touch her. He's not gonna touch Evelyn. Plus, he already agreed to giving her like her own house that she can decorate and do whatever the fuck she wants. And also because we know that Ravencourt is so easily embarrassed, so easily humiliated, mortified. He's like, he doesn't like drama. So he's not going to want anything. He's not going to instigate anything with her. He's not going to want, his little secrets about him and his valets to come out, right? He's going to pay us. We're going to get money from him. And Evelyn just gets to live a life where, yeah, she's married, but she can low key kind of just do whatever the fuck she wants, and she's not going to be touched by him. So, like, yeah, it's embarrassing, and it's to embarrass Evelyn because we're punishing her to marry this guy. But in a way, this is for her own good. It's for everyone's good, and we're not trying to kill her. Helena wouldn't do that, you know. Like that's just not what's happening. That's just not what this is. So he's like, okay, I fucking guess. And he kind of just leaves Peter there. He's like, oh, fucking, holy shit. They meet, or he meets Anna. Um, does he meet Anna in Gold or no? Yes. I wouldn't be killer color. And a copy of Helena. Oh yeah, he also gets a copy of Helena's schedule, like her appointments. Because remember, in Helena's planner in her room, the last page for it was the last page was ripped out, and that was her appointments for today. But Peter also gets a copy of all of her appointments. So he's like, I know where she would be. And, Aiden asks for it and he gets Peter's copy of Helena's appointments. And it's kind of all of things that we already know. She had a meeting with Cunningham. Remember, Cunningham said that he met her with her that morning. She had a meeting with Evelyn, but she missed that meeting. She didn't show up at that meeting. She had a meeting with Mrs. Darby, also missed. She never showed up for that one. And then in about like an hour, she has a meeting with the stableman. Okay. And then later after that, she has a meeting with Ravencourt. But we already know after being Ravencourt, she never makes it to that one either. So he's like, well, hopefully she shows up to the stableman. So, but before that, he meets with Anna. Um, he goes to see Gregory Gold, right? Um, oh, hold on. One last thing. We find out that Helena was having an affair with Charlie Carver from Peter. Sorry, one last thing before we meet Anna. And so, if you remember, Charlie Carver is the man that killed Thomas. And that Cunningham is not Peter's bastard, but Helena's. So, this whole time, because they cheated on each other. Peter cheated on his wife with a maid, and Helena cheated on her husband in retaliation with the was he a stableman or gameskeeper? With another guy who lived on the estate, right? On one of their own servants. But this whole time, everyone thought that the bastard son was of Peter. That the bastard was from Peter and his mistress, and it wasn't. It was actually from Helena and her mistress? Which is what you call it? If a lady has a person that she's cheating on with from her husband, is that a mistress or is that a mister? Misters? Uh, her slut boy. Her slipper. Her concubine. Her concubine. Also, Ty, are you still here or am I by myself? I can't hear you.
Oh, hello. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. And turn the volume down.
You turned my volume down? You're not even listening to me?
No, no, no. My volume. My volume.
I was like,
Because I felt like I was breathing into the mic. I can hear myself breathing.
oh, yeah. You were just breathing a little bit, but I thought you were like toking it up. You're like smoking or something. It's
Nah,
okay.
just laying down.
Oh, okay.
I'm just laying down.
Oh, okay, I see. Um, but yeah. So Helena, the mom, this whole time. Okay, girls, listen.
Girl.
Girls, please listen. Hold up. Listen up.
Mm-hmm.
She she was having an affair with, it's an affair, right? With Charlie Carver. They were in love with each
Charlie
other
Carver.
or
That
something.
name.
What was wrong with that Charlie Carver? I feel like it's a very good
I know that
name.
name. It just sounds like a murderer.
Yeah, it sounds like a name. Yeah, that sounds like a name. But I know what you mean because I feel that too about it. But she was like,
But he was sleeping with the mom.
he he I don't want to say he birthed, but Cunningham was his seed, right? He's the bastard. He's the bastard child there. But Peter found out, never said anything. He's like, "Oh, Helena embarrassed me in front of everyone. She publicated my relationship with my mistress to everyone, and then claimed that the child was ours, was his and the mistress. But this whole time, it was actually her own kid. Crazy." So
Mm.
then, oh my god. So I thought that was wild. So, but now that if you think about it, okay, so Cunningham is going around asking about the death of Thomas, technically his brother, and also about his dad, Charlie Carver. He's going around and asking people about what happened that day. So when Peter found out about who the bastard really belonged to Carver, he kicked him out. He kicked him out. He was like, "Okay, bro, you fucking have to go." And then on the same day, Thomas is killed. So anyways, that meeting with Anna, he goes to see Gregory Gold. I remember Gregory Gold is at the gatehouse. He's being held up by his arms. He is knocked out. And I don't know why, but he just goes to look at him. I think he like tries to wake him up. Because I think at this point he knows that like Gregory Gold is another one of his future hosts. So he's trying to wake him up to maybe be able to talk to himself. Be like, "What the fuck is going on, bro? Why did you go wild? Why did you go ape shit? Why did you beat up the butler who is also us? Why would you do that?" And then Anna shows up with a shotgun. She's like, "You butter. Oh, hey, it's you, Aiden. It's crazy. Oh, hi, what's up?" And that's when we kind of find out. Wait, what's after this? Oh, meeting with the stableman Alf. Okay. So, Anna doesn't even know about the plague doctor, but I've already told you about that shit, so we don't even have to talk about this. I think during their conversation, if this is when that thing happens, let me double check. Oh, Aiden tells Anna, he's like, "The plague doctor told me that you are gonna betray me." And she's like, "I would never do that." And he's like, "I know you wouldn't." But she's like, "But you know, he's helping you, so what does that mean?" He's like, "I think most of what the plague doctor is telling me is true, but I think he has his own motive and we can't trust him. And I don't believe that you will betray me." Even though he says it, he claims it. But like, we're twins, man. We're in it. We're in it together. There's no way. Anna shows Aiden her book, and it's like this book of like all of Aiden's hosts, all of like times and places he will be. It's kind of just like random, right? And it's like certain things are circled and underlined and whatever, but it's like all of these little notes and clues and speculations about like what's going on and little tips. And she's like, "I've been using this book to kind of help me, one, keep track of you, and two, figure out what my next move should be. Because based off of what this book says," she's like, "When I woke up, I met you, I got this book, I knew that there was a murder that I had to solve. I didn't know anything about the plague doctor, but I knew that like you and I are like in this together and that we're gonna figure out a way to get out of this. And also, by the way, I trust you and I would never betray you. That's crazy." Um, Being the footman, the note finds at yes. So, yeah, she gives him a note to leave at the stables because remember, in the first few chapters, Aiden goes oh my god, as Sebastian Bell, Aiden goes to the stable house, right? So she's like, "Take this note. It's for Bell. I need you to leave that at the stable, at the stableman's place, so that Bell finds this, right?" Um, so we go and yeah, we go and meet the stableman Alf, and Alf is already talking to Cunningham. Cunningham, not the Hunt. Cunningham is there, and he's already asking questions to Alf. And when when Aiden shows up, Cunningham kind of like excuses himself, and he's like, "All right, anyway, see you later, bro." And Aiden's like, what did Cunningham ask?" And at first, Alf is like, "Oh, and Aiden's like, "No, but tell me, what what did he say? What did he ask you?" Right? He's like, "Don't fucking lie to me, bitch. I'll ruin your life." And he goes, "Well, he was asking me about what happened that day with Charlie Carver and all that." And he's like, "I think Helena Hardcastle was involved because I think all of it was staged. When I went there, what was it? He was like, I was asked to do something or give something, and Helena Hardcastle was there when he went to go meet Charlie, right? And she was like, you need to forget XYZ." And he's like, "I think they set Charlie up to take the blame for Thomas's death." And that's it. That's kind of all we know. And
Mhm.
but, after that meeting with Alf, Aiden's like, "Okay, well, if Helena is the accomplice, because remember, Ted said that there was two people there. There was Charlie and there was somebody else. For some reason, we don't know who the fuck the other guy is. There is speculation that the accomplice was another stable boy who was like a kid to one of the other stable masters that like he might have been, but they never find him, so there's no proof. But they're like, there was someone else there, and it was said that Ted Stanwin had, when he had his shotgun, he shot at them, and it had clipped the accomplice's shoulder. So he was like, maybe Helena is that accomplice. So we go and look for Dr. Dickey. But Dr. Dickey is like, "Hey man, I was questioned. I was asked the same fucking thing. No, I did not treat Helena Hardcastle for being shot in the shoulder. And no, I don't think she was involved with the murder." So, dead end. But at the very least, now we know Cunningham's secret. That the one that he used to blackmail Cunningham to force him to help Ravencourt is that his dad is Charlie Carver, and he's looking into the incident to, I want to say to free his father, but to clear his father's name. I mean, he's dead already, so I don't know what good it'll do, but just to clear his father's name from like this murder, right? So, Aiden as Mr. Darns goes to the hunting group, and they go on the hunt. They're on the little hunt. They're on the thing. He is like, I'm too old for this shit, but I'm here. And I do not know how to use a gun, but I am here and I am on the hunt, mama. And remember, this is also they're doing the hunt, the little hunting group, but they're looking for Anna. They're looking for the dead girl. I mean, which we find out is not the dead girl, and is actually Madeline, who
Yeah.
was chased by Jonathan Derby in the forest, who was saved then by Evelyn, who had a gun, but nobody actually got shot, and it's just the whole thing. So, the hunt starts. Daniel shows up. And remember, Daniel has a late start. Actually, I don't know if I said this. After the meeting with Belle and Michael, right? Then everyone leaves to do the little hunting party shit, but Daniel doesn't leave with them immediately. And in this timeline, at this point, Daniel leaves to go talk to Jonathan Derby about finding Anna. Actually, no, that's not true. Jonathan leaves to go to the library to talk to himself, I guess, to Aiden, to tell him about his future selves, and then goes to talk to Jonathan Derby. And then I guess eventually goes here to join everyone on the hunt. And so, nothing's really happening on this hunt. Nothing's really happening. He does look beaten up though. He was supposed to meet him, right? For to confront the footman. He was like, he went to Jonathan, he's like, "Hey, find Anna, bring her over, we're gonna go get to the footman." But he never gets to do that. You know why? Because Jonathan gets the fucking lights knocked out of him. He gets his shit rocked, and then while he's out of it, I think he like just completely misses the time for him to go see Daniel, right? So he shows up, he's beaten up, he got a black eye, he has like a slight limp, and he's like, "Yeah, I went after the footman. I got my shit rocked. I'm lucky to have gotten out alive." And then at this point, Aiden asks again. He's like, "So, did you find a way for us, for both of us, like, to me and Anna, to get out of this?" And again, Daniel's like, "No, I still don't know." And he's like, "Well, you're the last of me, and we better fucking figure this shit out, or we're both over, or we're gonna have to do this whole loop all over again." Great. Aiden sees Michael with the gun. Wait, first of all, let me look at this. The footman. Okay, cool. Oh, all right. Oh, okay, cool. Ah, the footman. Sorry, go back. Anyways, the hunt. Sorry, let's go back to the hunt. The fuck. What was I just talking about? Oh yeah, Daniel gets his shit rocked by the footman, and he's like, "I still don't know what we're gonna do, and how to get Anna to leave with us." Aiden sees Michael with a silver revolver. That same gun that Evelyn used to shoot herself. But Michael has it. But Michael also makes a comment about, like, not knowing about the hunt and not really knowing much on, like, how to, like, shoot people and shit like that. And he's kind of like, haha, yeah, this shit's not really my thing. Weird. Oh, by the way, he falls asleep. He like takes a nap. I guess the hunt is just so boring. I don't know how, but he takes a nap, right? And he becomes the butler. And the plague doctor is there. I don't think this part matters, right? We're gonna go back. We're gonna skip this part where he goes back to Darn's. Because for a moment he takes a nap and he's the butler and the plague doctor's there, but it doesn't fucking matter. I know I just said what I said already, but shut up. Anyways, this wine is starting to hit. And now, I will end this section. So, he wakes back up. Ted Stanwin is there. And he goes and talks to Ted Stanwin. And he's like, "Hey, Mr. Stanwin." And at first, Stanwin's like, "Oh, shit. It's Mr. Dance." Right? And then he's like, "Tell me about the murder." And he's like, "Okay, but like, what's your blackmail? What's your bullshit? Like, why should I tell you? You know?" And he's like, "Because you should." And he's like, "Oh, you don't know how this shit works, huh?" Yeah, so like, I know a bunch of bullshit about you, like how you cheated on your wife and had a son, and that's how I get you to give me money. But if you want me to tell you about shit that happened, you need to have dirt on me too. Like, I don't know if you're new or whatever, though you shouldn't be. That's how this shit works, right? Bam! Gets shot. Stanwin, dead. Daniel with the shotgun. Everyone is like, Daniel! Daniel, what did you do? And Daniel's like, I solved all of your problems. I killed Ted Stanwin. And like, it's not just Mr. Darns who's there. It's Michael. It's the Pettigrew motherfucker. It's Sadcliffe. It's all of them. They're there and they're like, Daniel, what? You just shotgunned Ted Stanwin. And he's like, yeah. And I did you all a favor. You're fucking welcome. And also, don't forget, you all owe me now. So you're going to keep your little mouth shut. You're going to fucking walk away. And we will report this tomorrow. We'll pretend this didn't happen. And then tomorrow we can call the cops and have someone come over here and investigate whatever. But for today, none of this happened. And everyone leaves, and he goes, yeah, but not you, though. And he's pointing at Aiden, and Aiden, as Mr. Darns, is like, fuck. And he's like, I need you to help me go through his pockets. And so they go through his shit. And Aiden, at this point, is like, you are fucking crazy. You are me, and I am crazy. Why the fuck would you do that? You can't just treat these people's lives like they don't matter. You think you could just go around here? And here's the thing. There was a while ago, the Plague Doctor had mentioned that, like, Aiden now versus Aiden back when are two very different Aidens. Aiden, when he first came in here, was fucking crazy and dark and calculating and almost just like a dark, different person. But he's like, but now how you are now, you are so different. And really the only reason why I'm helping you is because out of everyone who's here, out of all the players who are here, you are the only person who chose to be here. Everyone else has been forced into this situation, but you're the only one who chose to be here, and I feel bad for you because, you know, technically you shouldn't even be here. So which is why, like, the Plague Doctor is helping him. But he's like, yeah, but you used to be fucked up. You used to be fucking crazy, bro. And now to see him, like, as Daniel, kill someone and just look so fucking stone-faced about it, and he's like, oh my god, that's like the old me. The Plague Doctor had mentioned, like, sometimes just randomly, if when situations get tense, the old version of him comes out, and like he's back to that cold, calculating, murderous man again. And he's like, this is what that is. This is me going back to, like, my roots or something. And because it's like my last host, like, I'm just desperate and shit like that. But he's like, you know, he's like lecturing himself. He's like, Daniel, you can't do that. Like, just because we've been reliving the same day, you can't just be treating people like this and acting like they don't actually exist. These are real people. And where our actions actually influence how this day turns out. You can't just be some kind of crazy murderer, or we're just no better than any other sociopath. And Daniel's like, hey man, shut the fuck up. So they go through Ted Stanwin's his pockets, and they pick out a book. They get a book from him, and he's like, this is excuse me, this is the other book that I needed. So Ted Stanwin, the way he works, he has 2 books full of crime and evilry and blackmail. Evilry. Excuse me. So he's like, he has, all of his blackmail encrypted, and then he has like a ledger of a bunch of other shit. And he's like, I just needed these 2 to do what I don't fucking remember. But he's like, I just needed these 2 things. And this will help us somehow. And this is helpful somehow. It's his like little book of blackmail. And then let me double check here. So he goes back to his room after this. This is kind of crazy, but he goes back to his room, and unsurprisingly, as the bullet point right next to me mentions, the footman. So now the footman shows up, and the footman shows up with Anna. And he is attacked and he is killed.
What?
Yep. And then day 2, we're back to the butler, but the footman is there, and the footman comes up, and Anna's in the background. He goes, oh, this is him too? Gotcha. Fucking shoots him. Oh, wait, here's Anna, by the way. Whoa. Footman and Anna, no! Anyway, so we're Jim Rashton. And Jim Rashton is a constable. He's like a police officer. And Anna finds him. I should back up. This doesn't happen yet. He's a police officer. And he was like hidden away in like a locker in the top floor of the manor. Why? Nobody really fucking knows. But Anna goes and finds him and is trying to explain shit, and he's like, "No, you betrayed me, Anna. The plague doctor was right." And Anna's like, "Literally, it is like 7 a.m. in the morning. I just talked to you, and you told me to come and look for you here." And I do not know what the fuck you're talking about. And he goes, "Well, I don't want to work with you because you betray me." And she's like, "Well, no, I don't. Because I am the version of me that hasn't betrayed you yet. So, you're just being a little bitch." And he's like, "Well, Baba Booey." And so he's like, "I guess I have to go and work with you then." "Oh, Anna, it's you, the one that didn't betray me. I guess I can trust you again." "I guess I can trust you again, Anna, even though I just saw you with the footman and you had told him where my hosts were and led him to me to kill me." Anyways, so
Mm.
so the footman shows up and he's like, "Ah, on guard!" And the footman's like, "I'm gonna kill you." And then like Anna screams or something, and the footman's like, "Oh shit, there's somebody else here." And he like runs away or something. He like smashes the footman's nose in, and the footman's like, "Oh, no!" And then he runs away. So, and Anna's like, "You are fucking crazy. Do you know?" She's like, "You are on your seventh. You have one more motherfucker left. You cannot be fucking around." And he's like, "What do you mean one more?" And she's like, "Yeah, there's this one, and then there's Gregory Gold. Gregory Gold is your last host." And he goes, "No, Daniel's my last host." And she goes, "No, that's not what I was told, and that's not who came to me this morning to come and find me to tell me about you." Right? She's like,
Wait.
"I met with Gregory Gold. He claims to be the last host. That's you. And you're the one who came to me first thing in the morning and gave me this book." And he's like, "Fuck. Daniel Coleridge has been lying to me this whole time. Daniel's the third player in this fucking murder mystery game? Are you fucking kidding me? No wonder he didn't want me to talk to my past selves. No wonder he told me to go look for Anna. He's trying to find Anna because he knows she's the other player here. He knows about her. That's crazy. He
What?
fucked them. He fucked
Oh,
them over. Wait, sorry, go ahead. Say that again.
no, I'm taking it all in. I was confused for a second there, but now I'm like, wait a minute.
Betrayal. I know. A what? Anyway, Daniel lied. And that's crazy because up until this
Yeah.
point, we had trusted him, even though he was a crazy sociopath, even though he was a weird motherfucker. Anyway, so then we break into Helena's room because we're like, well, it's the top of the hour. Let's fucking break into her room one last time. So we go in there, and now we know why it looks like Helena's room was broken into back when we were Ravencourt. It was just Aiden breaking into her room, hoping to find her. But again, we do not find her. We do not find Helena. Because we are not meant to. Because fuck this bitch. Where the hell is she? God damn it. Where did she go? Anyways, again, we find everything that we've already seen. I don't think we find anything new. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure we don't find anything
Mhm.
new. Sorry. Yeah, no wonder he was so crazy. Yeah, break into Helena's room, already gone. Oh, and then after he steps out of Helena's room, he sees Gregory Gold attacking the butler. And then there's just something in him where he's like, I know this is an unavoidable event. This has to happen. Has to happen. But it's so weird to see both of himself, right? Like the butler is Aiden, but also Gregory Gold, now that he knows, is Aiden also. And they're all just fighting each other, and it's just weird. What? Anyways, he knocks the shit out of Gregory Gold. And he saves himself from killing himself, I guess, in a way. We go to
In
Rashton's
a
room.
way.
In a way, yeah. Aiden goes back to his own room, or Rashton's room, because he's Jim Rashton. Rashton goes back to his room, and we find a note from Gregory Gold, the motherfucker that we just watched beat the shit out of the butler. Weird. Anyways, he's like, yeah, you need to get XYZ chemicals, and it's like named. I don't think I have it named here, but he's like, there's like these 3 chemicals, and he's like, you need to go and get these. And also, here is a chess piece. I don't know. There's a chess piece involved. Grace shows up, and Grace is this lovely, beautiful woman who is, sorry, I think I hit my mic. Who is Jim Rashton's love. They're in love. It's like his girlfriend or something. And he's like, oh my god, I love her. And she's like, hey, so my brother Donald was seen leaving the premise. You know, Donald Davis, the one that when he was Aiden, he freaked out and ran away and tried to leave the premise, the estate. She's like, they told me he woke up early in the morning and like left in a car or something, and now he's missing. And she's like, it's that fucking doctor, that stupid bitch doctor, fucking Sebastian Bell. He's the one passing out all these fucking drugs, and he doped up my brother, and now my brother is fucking just wild. And she's like, I blame this guy and I fucking hate him, Sebastian Bell. And, feeling bad because he's like, oh, that is me. And also finding out at this point, because I don't think it was mentioned before, but all of Aiden's previous hosts, so like that's including Sebastian Bell, Donald Davis, the butler, not. Sorry, I muted myself on accident.
I was like, what did I just do?
What was the last thing I said?
Wait, now I'm confused.
Well,
We were talking about Donald.
right. So, did I tell you that she blamed Sebastian Bell for drugging her brother, Donald Davis? Donald
Yes, you had
Davies.
just said that.
Okay.
That's exactly what you said.
Sorry. That all of his past hosts that have confirmed died, are with him. Are like in spirits, I guess. I mean, he's spiritually inside of these hosts, but every previous host, and that's including like the ones that were killed, are still there kind of with him. Because like when she's blaming Sebastian Bell and being like, oh my god, my brother is stupid, fucking Donald Davis, he can like feel their spirit being like, oh man, fuck you. Fuck. They're also there like, oh my god. No, don't worry, bitch. That was all me. But he can't say that. So Aiden as Jim Rashton is kind of like, oh, he's probably fine. And she seems to have like a little idea, and she runs out. He's like, ah, yes. Gold's note, Grace, yes. Finds Darby and a talk with Stanwin. Oh, yeah. So he finds Darby, I think, like, knocked out. I think he, you remember Jonathan Darby, the fucking pervert?
He was chasing the maid.
He goes over to the east wing of the manor, where he finds Jonathan Darby, and this is when he like it's right after he went into Mr. Stanwin's room and like took all of his things. Like, well, he took the ledger, he took the note from Evelyn the note from what's her fucking name? Felicity to Evelyn. So this is after he's been like hit over the head. And I think he's the one who kind of like moves him out of the room. But kind of just leaves him bleeding. And he goes and he has a conversation with Ted Stanwin. And again, of course, he's doing his police duties. He's like, hello, Mr. Ted Stanwin. So tell me about, what happened that day. Oh my god. Here's the thing. I don't know what happened to me, but for some reason, You know, Thomas is the one who died, who's murdered. But for some reason,
Oh yeah, supposedly by Carver.
in my notes, for no reason at all, I get his name mixed up and I start calling him James. I don't know
No,
why. Sorry. So I had to correct myself. I don't know why I called him James for some reason. I got confused. Anyways, so he starts asking Ted, okay, what really happened that day? And you know, Ted, he's like, I don't just give away information without some blackmail. And he goes, yeah, well, I know that you are actually Lucy's father. And I know that you are planning on getting out of the blackmail business and trying to run away with her and start a new life together. But, you know, wouldn't all of your enemies hate to know that Lucy, your daughter, well, is actually your daughter? Oh, what would they would do to her in a heartbeat just to get back at you? And he goes, "Oh yeah, you'd actually give away Lucy to all those motherfuckers who want to, you know, want to do me dirty." And in reality, no, he wouldn't. Yeah, Jim Rashton would love a life of luxury. Yes, he would love to, you know, be play the bad guy or whatever, but he himself is not a bad person and he could not stand the thought of Lucy actually being hurt from his own actions. So he's like, "No, but I'm trying to think. I'm like, what did he say to him to kind of convince him?" I think he was like, "No, but let me double check. I'm looking at my notes." I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It just says Lucy Harper is Stanwin's daughter, and Jim uses that information to threaten him. And he figured it out when Mr. Darntz saw Lucy and Ted that morning. That scene where she's like, "Sorry, Ted," and he's like, "Don't you act familiar? My name's Mr. Stanwin." And he saw a locket with her picture in it. I don't remember this, but apparently this happened. Um, but Stanwin had been blackmailing Helena Hardcastle for the past 19 years. Since Thomas's death, since Thomas's murder. So he must know the truth. I don't know what he says to him to get him to say things, but I guess, I don't know, Ted just tells him, right? So, um, Tim, who the fuck is Tim?
oh,
Ted? Was I drunk when I wrote these notes? Well, who the fuck is Tim? Jim! It's Jim! Why did I say Tim? Oh my god. What the hell? Sorry, I'm correcting that right now. Jim, I guess this is how he convinces Stanwin to tell him the truth. Because he says, Daniel is planning, your accomplice, because apparently Daniel and Ted Stanwin, they are in cahoots with each other. They are actually doing this whole blackmail bullshit together. And he says, your business partner, Daniel, what's his fucking last name? Daniel. Fucking Daniel.
oh.
Coleridge, there you go. Daniel Coleridge, your little friend, Daniel Coleridge, is planning on betraying you. He is today, he'll betray you, he will try to kill you, and he's gonna get all of your little books of secrets, and he's gonna sell it for millions, okay? So like you better watch out. And so because of that, Ted Stanwin tells him, he's like, okay, I'm gonna tell you about that day. And that when he showed up, seemingly everyone knew about Charlie and Helena. Everybody knew that Charlie Carver and Helena Hardcastle were seeing each other. Okay? At least when we say everyone, we're talking about the maids and the servants and the stablemen, all those people. They're like, bro, everybody knew.
Mm-hmm.
But when Peter found out, he kicked Carver out. He was like, hey, bro, you got today to get the fuck off of this property, right? You don't live here no more. And there was rumors from the maids that they were like, hey, we saw Carver going through the Hardcastle, like the kids, the kids' rooms. And, he thought, like, oh, he's probably just going through the rooms to, like, see them to say bye to all the children. Maybe, probably, hopefully, right? And they also said that he had, like, a leather bag. He had a leather bag with him. And, Jim obviously asks about, like, the leather bag. And he's like, I don't know what was in it. I don't know what the fuck it was for. But, Ted Stanwin, he actually goes to look for Charlie, not to hunt him down, but to say goodbye to him, to be like, okay, we had it good. See you later, bro. Because they were good friends. But when he got there, he finds Helena holding Thomas, cradling him in her arms, and she is crying. And it's like it's like his throat, cut open, practically decapitated. Like that's how cut his neck was. It was practically hanging off of like just a thread of skin. And she's like crying, and she's like, it was an accident, it was an accident. And Carver shows up. He's not there immediately. Helena is like holding Thomas by herself with him, like next to like the shore of the lake by herself. And he's like, yeah, after like maybe 10-15 minutes, Carver shows up. And no, he doesn't have the bag, but he's like, hey, Ted, put the blame on me. Helena didn't do anything. Like I'll take the fall for this. Like don't tell anybody, right? But that's what Ted Stanwin uses to blackmail Helena all these years to get the money from her. That's the real reason why he got the plantation and all of that money and all of those payments from them. It's because he knows that Charlie Carver wasn't the one who actually killed Thomas Hardcastle. He was just the one that took the fall for it. Drama. 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 Oh, yeah. So, let me just double check this. So after he hears about that story, he goes off to follow Daniel. Because at this point, he kind of remembers Daniel's schedule and like where he was. And he follows Daniel into the woods. And he goes to the lake. And it's like, and this is like right after Belle and that conversation he has with Belle and Michael before the hunting party, right? And he sees Daniel meet up with the footman. And the footman shows up and he just starts beating the shit out of Daniel. And Daniel's like, hey man, not too much, man, not too much. And did I say they were at the lake? He follows him to the lake. And the footman starts beating up Daniel. And Daniel's like, hey, it's gotta be believable. Don't fucking kill me, man. So they're working together. Daniel and the footman. And he hears them and he's like, oh, they're looking for Anna. They know where all of Aiden's hosts are. And that's what the footman's doing. The footman is trying to kill all of Aiden. Just, to prevent him from figuring out, like, the murder and stuff like that. But Daniel is the one who's, like, looking for Anna. Which is weird. And then, wait, give me 1 second. Yeah, so he then sees the footman with the plague doctor. And they're having a meeting. And that's weird. And so he's like, wait, the plague doctor is also working with Daniel? But he never mentioned Daniel before. But apparently he is working with him. There was also like a scene way far back. I don't know if I mentioned it. But when like, I think it was when Darns was talking with Anna. They looked out the window and they saw Daniel with the plague doctor. Like chatting it up. And that's also when he tells Anna about the plague doctor, and she's like, I have no idea who the fuck that is. So, yeah. Anyways, it says something about the reflecting pool. Well, Yeah, fuck that. Who fucking cares? Re-enter Grace and shenanigans with Cunningham. So this is fun. This is really fun. So Grace shows up and she's like, "Hey, remember how I said all that bullshit about my brother and Belle? Well, I figured out a way to like get back at him. And Cunningham has the key to Sebastian Bell's room. And us, we're gonna trash it." So they trash it. They trash the fucking room. Well, no, they don't entirely trash the room, but they're looking for his drugs. And they're like, "We're gonna fucking take all of his drugs and throw it all away." And this is the chance that Aiden gets to get those chemicals. Remember that from Gregory Gold's note? He had those chemicals that he's like, "Hey, get something, something, whatever, whatever, and that other thing." And so he's like, "Oh, these are the chemicals that was being asked of me. Let me just grab these things." Very cool, right? But then he also becomes very suspicious of Cunningham. And this is also a point where we find out that Cunningham, Grace, and Jim, they're all friends and they're all really cool and chill with each other. And it's not just like Jim and Grace are dating, but Jim and Cunningham, like they're actual people, like the actual people, like the host Jim, they're friends. They're all friends. They're like cute little like trio, and they do things together. And they've always like they've grown up together, and it's very cute, and it's very buddy buddy. But
Hmm.
he does ask Grace like, "Hey, what do you remember of that day?" Right? And um, she recalls that like Thomas that Thomas was acting weird, and that during their they had gone out horseback riding from Evelyn's suggestion, but Thomas was there. Thomas wasn't left behind. Thomas was there with them horseback riding, but he did leave early all of a sudden, and he had to like check the time, and he had left suddenly. So he wasn't necessarily abandoned and left alone at the stables, or not the stables, but he wasn't left alone at the lake. But he did leave the group to go to the lake, which is weird. And also thinking back, um, because I just remembered, only because I just remembered, but Michael had mentioned how like his mother, Helena Hardcastle. I know this sounds like out of nowhere, but this is like a piece of information that I forgot to mention. When asked about Helena, Michael had mentioned that she'd only been starting to act strange about a year ago when she had like shown up to his house and she was talking about clothing. And she was like, "The clothes!" And he was like, "Mom, what the fuck are you talking about?" Right? That's just something I need to mention. Because then we also ask Cunningham about what the fuck was happening. And, he was alive that day. Yes, he was a servant, but like, what the fuck were you doing there? And let me see. No, we don't care about that. Yes, yes, yes. They steal Belle's drugs. Yes, 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 yes. Cunningham remember for Daniel Coleridge. What? Cunningham is working for Daniel Coleridge? Not me forgetting. What? Jim confronts Cunningham. Cunningham is working for Daniel Coleridge too. Saw the commotion with Stanwin and Derby. The fight where Stanwin tried to threaten Derby and Derby like smashed a whole chessboard into Stanwin's guard's face and that he ran away
Mm-hmm.
that morning and went to sneak into Stanwin's room to get the ledger, the other half of the book. He hid when Dr. Dickey went to sedate the bodyguard, and when Derby came in to steal things, Cunningham knocked him over the head with a vase and took Stanwin's ledger. So he's the one who took Stanwin's ledger and knocked out Jonathan Derby. So giving it to Daniel, who promised to help Cunningham uncover who truly killed Thomas and clear his father's name. Crazy. I forgot about that. That's crazy. Jim tells Cunningham what he found out from Stanwin, so he tells him the story. And Cunningham had met with Helena that morning, but also mentions how Helena had been acting strange for the past year also. So he also mentions, like, yeah, it wasn't just recently that Helena's been acting weird and also missing weird, but that in the same vein as Michael, she's been acting weird since for the past year. It's not recently. It's not just for this event. She's always been acting weird since the past year. Something about clothes. Something about putting things right. But he's like, what the fuck? So Cunningham has been looking for Helena. They were supposed to meet at the stables, but she never showed up. So apparently she didn't meet with Cunningham either. Which, fuck you, Cunningham. Because then you made it seem like you guys did when Aiden was Ravencourt. And, like, just fuck you. What the hell? All so messy. So messy. Everyone's keeping secrets. And Cunningham is practically in the center of all of it. Though I do like him. He's fun. And I think he's gay. He's fun.
And I think he's gay.
And I think he's gay, so I like relate to him. So he's fun. Let me double check this. Drugs. Yes, they take the drugs. The Wishing Well with Grace. Yes, they go to the Wishing Well with Grace. So after that, Jim asks Cunningham to do a quick favor for him. And in the meanwhile, they take all of Sebastian Bell's drugs to the Wishing Well with Grace. And they dump it all down in the Wishing Well. And they're like, haha, fuck you, drug dealer. That's what you get for making my brother addicted to drugs. Fuck you, right? But then again, Jim asks Grace one more time about Thomas's murder, right? And she's like, yeah, Charles was there. Charlie? But Michael was sick in bed at the time. Though Michael was, like, really young when it happened. Very, very young. Even Michael's like, I barely remember that day. I was just so young. He was like 5 or something. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. But apparently she does remember Charles. This Charles. I think Charlie. I don't like this. Charlie Carver? Am I drunk? Goes to meet with Anna. Goes to meet with Anna. The death of Peter Hardcastle? What? Goes to meet with Anna. And he goes to the gatehouse, right? But Peter Hardcastle is dead in the very room that they had that meeting with him. Remember when he was, when Aiden was when Aiden was Mr. Darnt's? In that very room, Peter is dead. Eyes open, mouth open, like he was screaming. And fucking dead, mama. Dead. And we're looking at the at like his cup, and it looked like a painful death. And then the window is like open, and outside are like little lady footsteps, right? In the mud. And it looks so staged. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? But like, who would kill him and why? So, so there's a letter in Peter's pocket because he's like, great, cool, a dead guy. Let me check it out. Anna is there, by the way. Anna is like there with Peter Hardcastle, but she's like, I didn't fucking do this, which is believable because But the way Peter died, it looks so fucking painful. She's like, I just found him like this. We take the letter from Peter's pocket, and it's a note from Evelyn. She said, it's like, I couldn't marry Ravencourt, and fuck you, father, and I hate this family. Which, it just all feels very staged. But, there's a page that's been torn from Peter's organizer. Which is weird. I mean, we've already know probably what that page is. It's the one with Helena's schedule. But now there's a page ripped from it. But at this point, day Evelyn is with Belle. Yeah, but so anyways, the whole thing feels very staged. But also, right, like this is kind of like trying to stage it like Evelyn did this, like Evelyn killed Peter. But at this point, we already know Evelyn is with Sebastian Bell. Remember they go to the wishing well and they go and they walk around and they're trying to kind of like half-assed look for Madeline, and then Evelyn tells Sebastian about like who he really is, that he's a drug dealer and shit like that. Like that's what's happening right now. So this is 100% staged. It's like no way this is fucking Evelyn, right? Also we look at like the drink that Peter had. His drink was poisoned, and which is gross, but like by like a lick from the chemical, like just from one little lick, Jim is able to tell that it's this like rat poison that's quite commonly used to poison other people. It's not that rare to find this as like, used to kill actual people. But it's also like in like I think like a cup of liquor or something, like brandy or whatever. And he asks Anna to tell Evelyn that the butler is awake and wants to speak with her. Which is crazy. I don't know why he's trying to get Evelyn to the butler. Even now that I think about it now, I'm like, I don't know why though. I don't know why, but he wants to speak with her. But Anna leaves and she never comes back. She never shows up. And at this point, he's like, oh man, this bitch is fucking dead. She's fucking dead. Where else would she be? It's been 3 hours. Anna's been gone and she hasn't come back. And she was supposed to go out and look for Evelyn. So Aiden / Jim grabs the shotgun. He is so like paranoid. He's like, oh my fucking god, the footman probably got her. I don't know. Or maybe Daniel. Or who knows what fucking happened to her. And now that he thinks about it, he's like looking back in his mind and he's like, around this time, I don't know what the fuck Anna's up to. Because at this point in time, every other time when he's like every other host, he's, they're doing shit, whatever. But around this time, like around noon, they don't really have any interactions with each other. And she always kind of goes missing around this time. Like he doesn't know where to find her. And it's only now that he's like, oh, fuck. Like, she's always gone missing around this time in the afternoon, and I never like realized it until now. But he can't just stay in the gatehouse this whole time, so he goes back to the manor. And he goes, of fucking course, because where else would we go? We're going back to Helena's bedroom. Why? I don't fucking know. But we're a constable now, or a police officer, and he knows. He's like in on it. He's like, yeah, it's okay. I've solved crimes before. Let's go back to Helena's room, even though I've literally been here earlier. I don't know why, but he's like everything's like upturned, and he finds a cotton bag. The cotton bag has 2 guns, a black revolver, the one from the graveyard that Evelyn had, and a starting pistol. And this is inside the bag, a vial of blood. And a syringe with a clear liquid. Interesting. Out of the 20 million times we've been in this fucking room, we finally found something actually helpful. I was like, why is it now? Though, to be fair, he was like, oh, the things were like misplaced. Like it looked like someone had like was looking through shit before, but then there was like this bag of shit in there, right? And I was like, why now did we saw he literally showed up earlier in the day. So stupid. Anyways. Anyways, we go to the Helena's room for like the 10th time. Surprise attack! Da! The footman's there! Gah! And if it wasn't for his like crazy super like hearing or whatever, he would have like been attacked. But he heard like the door open and the whoosh of the door, and he was like, the air shifted the second the door was opened. Oh my god. And he like turned around and it's, oh my god, it's the footman. Whoa. And he like misses his chance to kill him. Whoa! He misses his chance to kill him and he runs off. Wah! And then he goes and meets with Evelyn. as she prepares for the night. So yeah, yeah. But then we talk to Evelyn, and so it's cool. And she's kind of like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "You don't have to do this here." So she kind of reveals that, like, yeah, this was all planned, right? That she's here, she's supposed to use the pistol, she's supposed to like make it look like she kills herself, but she doesn't actually. And the clear little liquid in the syringe, she's supposed to inject herself, and then it's like a drug that's supposed to make it look like she died, but not really. But he's like, no, Evelyn, when you go and pretend to die, you actually die. Like someone actually kills you. And she's like, no, what? But he's like, don't worry. You go and you do that thing anyways. And she's like, okay, I guess I'll trust you. I'm scared though. And he's like, I know, Evelyn, and it's okay. And I still love Grace so much. And so they go out and she goes and does that thing. Yeah, but you find out that, like, yeah, she was just faking her skewer side, her little offing thing, to avoid marrying Ravencourt. She's like, I don't want to fucking marry that fat bastard, even though that being fat is not a bad thing. But she just does not like him because he is old and like just way too old. And this is not the life that she wants. She's being forced to marry this guy. Like, fuck that, for money. But she's doing it for her brother. Oh my god, it's just so crazy. Anyways. What does it say? Back to the reflecting pool. Back to the reflecting pool. So we're at the reflecting pool, and he's there, and he's watching, right? But, tells lies. Evelyn that Ted Stanwin told him everything. Oh, he tells Evelyn that Ted Stanwin told him everything. Derby had heard them earlier having a meeting. I don't know what that means. Oh, yeah, he did. Okay, I remember. Dr. Dickey is in on it. Dr. Dickey is in on it. They suspect that Dr. Dickey, remember the good old doctor?
Mm-hmm.
He knows about the planned suicide. He knows that it's fake. And he was supposed to be in there, part of it, like helping them fake the whole thing. And he was gonna be like, yeah, she's dead, and have like a whole certificate or whatever for it and everything. But yeah, anyways, oh my god, Jim Aiden tells Evelyn to stick with the plan. He's like, yeah, I'll make sure you don't die though, so don't worry. And she's like, okay. And he also tells her to befriend Jonathan Derby. Oh, he basically tells her to go get the silver pistol from Jonathan, right? Because remember, Jonathan stole it from Dr. Dickey. And remember, that was the clue. That was one of the clues that helps Aiden realize that things can be changed around here. Remember, she originally shoots herself, Evelyn, she originally shoots herself with the black pistol. But one of the clues to show that things can be changed, she shoots herself with the silver revolver, right? So it's actually Aiden himself, as Jim, tells Evelyn to go see Jonathan to get the silver pistol from him. Okay? Things are starting to come around, man. Circles. We're coming in on each other. Where are we now? Michael in the sunroom. Michael goes and he remember he jumps Jonathan Derby. I don't know why, but he does. And at this point, he's like, no, stop it. You telling a friend about Anna? What the hell are we talking about? Oh yeah, sorry. Before that, at the reflecting pool, the whole setup, Evelyn shooting herself and stuff like that. But the plague doctor is there too. He's kind of like in the background, kind of watching things unfold. And at this point, Jim, before Evelyn pulls the trigger on herself, goes to the plague doctor, and he's like, I can't believe you're working with Daniel. And he's like, working with Daniel? I'm not working with Daniel. And he goes, I saw you two talking to each other. I know he's the third player, and I know you're helping him too. And he's like, no, I'm not. But then he kind of leaves looking like he realized something. The plague doctor, he's like, oh, okay, I see. And he leaves. Um, Evelyn, Evelyn shoots herself, and Aiden kind of almost has like a memory, like a flashback from watching, right? And it's like a true memory. It's from his true self, right? But the voice is there, and he's like, "Don't fucking remember just yet. You need to focus on this bullshit, bro. You can't be remembering the hard past, all this awful shit." Dr. Dickey takes Evelyn. Wait, sorry. Cunningham holds Michael back. Cunningham is the one who pulls Michael off of Jonathan Derby. Dr. Dickey has Evelyn and is like, "Yep, she's dead," and calls people to come over with a stretcher to take her to like the sunroom. And um Jim in the sunroom. Oh, it says Jim goes to speak with Michael, shows him the silver pistol, and asks if he recognizes it. But Michael says no. Michael is staring at the silver pistol, like he's like, "What the fuck?" Kind of like with recognition. But anyways, um, Jim goes to the sunroom, right? And he kind of like hides behind like a partition or whatever. He kind of takes like a little hiding spot somewhere he can watch the room. And Cunningham brings Michael to the room, and also this is where they leave Evelyn's dead body on the stretcher. And so he's grieving. Michael's crying. He's like, "Oh, my sister." The second he's left alone, this motherfucker not crying goes over to Evelyn, takes the gun, and tries to shoot her with it. And tries to shoot her, but it's just like empty clicks, right? Wait, let me see. Michael in the sunroom, and he screams, "Ah!" So he like tries to shoot her. It doesn't work, and that's when Jim, Aiden, comes out from where he's hiding, and he goes, "It won't work. I filed down the firing pin, so it won't shoot." And he's like, "Ah, Jim, you're here." And Michael tries to bribe him, and he like drops the gun over in like a pot or whatever. And he's like, "Haha, no, I wasn't actually trying to kill my sister. I was just trying to kill my sister." So, um, too much black revolvers taken from Helena's room. Two matching black revolvers? I thought it was silver. Oh, I'm confused. Anyways, this whole time I'm like, there's two silver pistols, but now I'm like, oh, wait, I think it was two black revolvers. Anyways, the whole plan was that she was supposed to kill herself with the black gun, right? Originally, that's what
Mm-hmm.
happens. There is a black gun, there is a starting pistol. The starting pistol is supposed to make the sound to make it seem as if she had killed herself. The drug is supposed to make it seem as if she is dead, right? But uh Michael sees that she used the wrong gun and is like, "What the fuck?" But he's in on it. He's in on the scheme. He knows about the whole faking her death thing because he's like, "Yeah, my sister came to me and wanted me to and told me about this whole thing, and I want to help her. But the issue is that Dr. Dickey, we didn't have enough to pay him. So he was going to go to Ted Stanwin and tell them about. No, not Ted Stanwin. He was going to go to Peter Hartcliffe. He was going to go to their father and tell them about the whole Evelyn faking her death thing. So he was like, "Well, she has to be dead now, or else we're going to be in big trouble." So he was like, for my sister, I was going to kill her. To protect my sister, I was just going to kill her. It doesn't make sense, but he's like, "No, because I love her, and because she doesn't want to be married with fucking Ravencourt, and I did it because I love her, not because I'm conniving and scheming for her, whatever." Right? And I mean, I was like, "Yeah, right, bitch." But also, I kind of like Michael because he feels, I don't know, something about Michael. I kind of like him. But anyways, yeah, Michael was the one who took the guns and gave the other one to Evelyn to use as a prop, like the one she was supposed to like pretend to kill herself with. He knew Evelyn took one of her what? What the hell does this say? He knew Evelyn took one of her suicide, but Darns had noticed Michael with the yeah. So Michael or when Michael went out on that hunt, remember he had the silver gun, and that's when Darns noticed it and was like, "Oh, Michael is in on it too." This is just kind of like little notes of like how Aiden had realized that who was in what. Because the fun thing about Jim Rashton is like he just pieces together things so easily. The whole thing about like Ted Stanwin and Lucy being like related, and he's actually Lucy's dad. Like he didn't know that when he was Mr. Darns, but once he became Jim Rashton, because Jim is like a police officer and has dealt with all these kind of like murders and shit and crimes, he was able to piece it together so easily. So he's like, yeah, I remember when I was Mr. Darns and you, Michael, had the gun. That's now as Jim Rashton, I can piece it together to like, oh, that's what that means. You are in on this whole thing. But yeah, Michael claims he's like, I love my sister. I would never kill her, but I would kill her so that she could get away from Ravencourt. Though, this throws Aiden off because Aiden's like, this whole time, he's like, well, I thought that Helena would be behind all of this, right? Like the mom, Helena, who's been missing this whole time. He's like, he was like, okay, Michael would be like a puppet for Helena, and Helena would be the real one, like pulling and pushing the threads of this whole scenario. But she's nowhere to be seen, and Michael is claiming that she didn't know. Which is also crazy because also all of this is happening they got that bag of like the guns, the starting pistol, and the drug from Helena's room. How are you telling me that she's not in on it?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Anyways, but like, why betray her? Michael claims the plan wasn't going to work. Well, like I said, because Dr. Dickey, they couldn't afford him to fake the certificate, and he was gonna go to Peter Hardcastle about it. But Daniel found out. Daniel was the one who found out about Dr. Dickey's plan, right? And was like, I'll help you guys. But anyways, so yeah, again, Daniel's in on it, and it kind of feels like Daniel's in on a little bit of everything that's going around here in Blackheath. It's fucking crazy. Let me see. Oh no, he drank the poison. So, while he's like telling all of this shit to Jim, Michael drinks like this, drinks from a cup, like a glass that has like a lipstick stain on it, and he's like, oh, the last drink that my poor sister Evelyn ever had. Oh, so sad. And he drinks from it, but it was poison. And then he downs the whole thing. And then he starts convulsing. And he's like, blah, 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 right? And he's like dying and shit. But then Evelyn also is like, blah, blah, like she's on the stretcher. She's there. But she starts foaming at the mouth too. And she's like, blah, like convulsing. And it's like, oh no, the guy, whoa. Oh no, he can only save one of them. So remember, Jim had grabbed those, the chemicals that Gregory Gold had told him. Gregory Gold was like, get XYZ, but he stole those chemicals from Sebastian Bell. But now he's like, oh, this was an antidote for something, or for this had to be for this time. But also he's like, but I don't know if I can split it between them, or if I can only save one of them, or what's the dosage. So he's like, I can only save one of them. Oh no, he chooses Evelyn. Fuck. Because I liked Michael. Even if he was kind of fucked up and he had a weird love for his sister and was just trying to help her out. I liked him, and I kind of wish he picked Michael, but he gives the antidote to Evelyn to save her life. Anyways, she wakes up for like a split second and she's like, Millicent Darby was murdered, and like passes out again. And then the footman's there. Oh my god. And he's like, little rabbit, I'm here to kill you. And he's like, oh, the pistol that Michael had is in the potted plant, but will I have time to grab it? Oh, wait, shit. It doesn't move on to the other thing. But then he's like, will I have time to grab it? But then he's like, if you... What is it? I think the footman, like, he threatens him. And he's like, he threatens to, like, kill Anna. He's like, I'll kill your pretty little friend and Baba Booey or whatever. And then he's like, 2 to go. And he fucking kills Jim Rashton. Anyways, we're Gregory Gold now. Oh, no, never mind. We're Donald Davis. Excuse me. We're Donald Davis now. We're Donald Davis. And we wake up in a carriage. And if you remember that message that Gregory Gold had to Aiden, which technically it's Aiden warning Aiden about what things that happen. He's like, don't leave the carriage. Don't leave it. Well, he's in a carriage. It's a bunch of ladies. They're like, oh, we found you in the middle of the road. And poor you. And he's like, oh, what the fuck? And he's like, I don't leave the carriage. So he leaves the carriage. And he gets out. And he's like, well, at this point, I will have, XYZ would be happening. He's like calculating in his head. If XYZ is happening, then other thing is happening. And I gotta go. And he goes to the stables to get a shotgun. And they're like, why do you need a shotgun? The hunt is over. And he goes, I'm Donald Davis, and you will give me a shotgun. And so they give him a shotgun. He goes out to follow Daniel. Daniel's like, hey. What did he say? Daniel says, what does Daniel say? He comes up and he's like, follow me to find Anna. And at this point, Aiden knows that Daniel isn't to be trusted. But Daniel doesn't know that Aiden knows. So Aiden's like, I'm gonna go follow you and pretend. But then Daniel goes to the graveyard, right? And the plague doctor is there. What? But the plague doctor kind of looks different. And they have, like, on their mask, they have, like, a silver tear just right under one of the eyes. And so from now on, I'm going to call this plague doctor Silver Tear. So, do I talk about Silver Tear? Let me see. Surprise attack. No, that's too early. Wait, what the hell is this happening? Anyways, so Silver Tear is there, and Silver Tear is like, oh, you don't belong here, and you're bad news, and Anna has to stay here, and we want to kill you. And it's like, wait, what? But what happened? What happened? I have to double check. Silver Tear shows up. Donald has a gun. Daniel tells him to go over there. The footman is part of the Coleridge entourage. I already know that. Not a player like Aiden, Anna, and Daniel. Someone comes in a shotgun against Aiden's back. Yeah. So he's like, sorry, old chap. This is Daniel. Sorry, old chap. I've betrayed you. And Aiden's kind of like, I fucking know, idiot. But they're like, you are like a mistake. You don't belong here. And Silver Tear apparently is working with Daniel. Or more like Daniel is working for Silver Tear? Question mark? But this was the plague doctor that Aiden had seen Daniel talking to this whole time. This is the plague doctor. It's not his plague doctor. It's a different plague doctor. But this is the one we've been seeing Daniel talk to this whole time. A whole different bitch. But then someone shows up because Aiden has a shotgun and he's like, I'd like to see what you guys try. Fuck you guys. But then like he feels like a gun being pressed against his back and there's like a thug. And Daniel's like, yeah, that's my thug guy. And the thug guy has a gun to Aiden's back. And he's like, oh no. And then Silver Tear. Oh wait, sorry. Silver Tear is interested in Anna. And they're like, Anna can never escape. And you're a mistake, Aiden, because you're not supposed to be here. And you seemingly are trying to get Anna out of here. And Anna, we cannot afford for her to ever leave this place, right? So she's like, Anna can never solve this mystery. Anna needs to stay here and die. So, the plague doctor shows up, the real plague doctor. And the plague doctor's like, I should have known it was you. What's her name? Josephine or something? Josephine. The Silver Tears is Josephine, but I'm still going to call her the Silver Tear. Silver Tear is like, oh, she seems kind of like she's worried about the plague doctor. But I was like, this is like a whole other subplot that I just do not need right now. This is like way too much, right? But they're like, Silver Tear, you snuck into this realm, my realm. This is the plague doctor talking, not Silver Tear. You snuck into my realm. Fuck you. I mean, I get that you're worried about me, but like, I'll be fine. And they're like, no, we have to stop Anna before she escapes. And we have to stop Aiden from helping Anna before she escapes. And anyways. So Aiden is like, don't worry about me, Mr. Plague Doctor. You go off ahead. I'll deal with this by myself. And he's like, no, Aiden, no. And Aiden's like, nah, it's okay, man. Like, just go. And so the Plague Doctor leaves. And Aiden's like, well, Daniel, too bad you didn't know that I knew that you were bad and that I already know about you. And I hired a bunch of motherfuckers around the estate that fucking hate you, man. And it's like Lucy and a bunch of other people who show up, and they also have guns, and they're like, hey, man, fuck you. You killed, Lucy's like, you killed my dad? Fuck you, man. And so they're like angry, and Daniel sees that he's like at a disadvantage, and he like runs away. I think there's like a scuffle, but then they run away anyways. So then Aiden like chases Daniel down, and they get to the lake, and that's when like Daniel kind of tells him about like the whole Anna thing of like, no, but Silver Tear just wanted me to find her because like she said that she can get me out if I find her and hand Anna over to her. But he's like, no. Also, by the way, Silver Tear gets shot. But anyways, so like anyways, Silver Tear gets shot, but that's okay. So now they're like at the lake, right? Wait, sorry. Here you go. Surprise attack! Not really, but there is a fight. So, they fight, and then, like, he's like, sorry, Aiden. Wish it didn't end this way. And he, like, drowns Aiden in the lake, and Aiden, like, low-key dies, right? But not really. Oh, but then Anna's there. But it's, like, crazy, because, like, Aiden is, like, looking at himself. Aiden looks in the water, and Thomas's spirit is there, and Thomas pulls him away, right? And like pulls Aiden out of his host's body, and he watches, who the fuck is he this time? Jim Rashton. He watches Jim Rashton die. But then Anna comes and like saves him, right? And pulls him out of the water. And as Jim Rashton is pulled from the lake, Aiden is like taken with the body, but he like looks back at Thomas, and Thomas just kind of like it's just still there in the lake, just kind of like watching. Like he can't leave. He's just stuck there. That's where his spirit is to be for forever and eternity. And it's just so fucking sad. And then Anna's like, oh my god. Wait. Yeah, Daniel in the lake. Yep. Daniel is dead. Daniel is dead in the lake. Wait, how? Sorry, wait. They fight again. Yeah, Daniel drowns Aiden. Daniel is dead. Well, I guess Anna kills Daniel, right? This is during the part where Aiden is like looking at himself die. Anna kills Daniel, pulls Aiden out of the lake, and she says, find me. 7:12 a.m. in the entrance hall. And then Jim dies. No, yeah, but then Aiden Donald Davis does die. Okay, yeah. So now we're Gregory Gold. Day 8. Gregory Gold. Okay? So we wake up as Gregory Gold, and he is naked and with a woman in his bed. And it's the little petite Madeleine maid, the maid Madeleine. And, remember, she is French. And so she's like, oh, bonjour, au revoir. And she, like, leaves. And As
You
Gregory.
said au revoir.
Yeah, what is that not goodbye?
It is, but you said it like au revoir.
How do you say it?
Au revoir.
That's the same thing. What are you talking about? Say it. Say how I said it.
Au revoir.
And what did you say?
Au revoir.
That's the same thing, bro. Anyways, I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I hear the exact same thing. Anyways, Gregory
Mm.
Gold. He's like, ooh, yeah, I got this lady in my thing. He writes down every single thing he remembers. This is, remember, day 8. Thank you, Spicy. Thank you for the follow. And I hope you enjoyed this ending. Teehee. Let me take another sip. One more sip. One last sip of wine. Ah! One last sip of wine. So, ending. Yeah, sorry. You're near the ending of the story. This is kind of near the end half. We are quickly wrapping up the story. So, for fuck's sake, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But it's juicy and I will update this later or upload this video later to my YouTube, so where you can go and watch it from beginning to end. Your fault? Damn. Okay. Fuck. Well, it is my fault. How dare I get through this story? How dare I tell this story right now? But this is like chapter 53. This is 60 chapters of this story. We are 53 out of 60 right now. So we are Gregory Gold. He writes down everything he remembers. He also has like the chess pieces that I've been telling you about that for so far seemed useless and like just stupid information that I'm giving you for no reason. But those are the pieces where he carves in Anna and Aiden in them, right? So these are the pieces that reignite Aiden's memory, and he's like, ah, fuck. And also for Anna too, right? These are the pieces. These are the chess pieces we've seen everywhere. So he writes down fucking everything. He writes everything out on a big wall in charcoal, and he goes, "Wow, yes, amazing, wow." And the plague doctor shows up, and he goes, "Wow, yes, amazing, wow." And he's like looking through all of it, and he's just like, also, by the way, his name is Oliver, the plague doctor. I'm still gonna call him the plague doctor. But yeah, he's like, oh, like reading out how everything plays out from what like Aiden has written. He's like, oh, so Michael is the killer. You found out who the killer is. This is great. We can end everything here. And Aiden's like, no, we have to get Anna out of here. And he's like, no, Anna has to stay. Only one person can leave. And he goes, no. Anna has to get out. I promised her that we were both going to get out. But that, this is kind of where we reveal a lot of like the behind the scenes shit, right? So in reality, a very fun breakdown of what the fuck is going on. Yes, so here's the fun breakdown. So Anna is actually like from this crazy terrorist / murder group, right? And he's like, Anna killed your sister, bitch. Aiden, Anna killed your sister. She has wronged you. And the fact that you want to try and help her get out of this is crazy. And like, I know that you don't remember yourself, Aiden, but you need to remember that Anna is evil. And I didn't want to say this, but now things need to be said, right? And he's like, oh my god, no. But then he like has like, whoa, a brain blast. But not really a brain blast, but like a memory blast. And he's like, oh my god, memory blast. And he remembers like his sister, and that she was like a cop who was tasked with having to catch Anna and bring her and her little hooligan like gang into justice, right? Because like she was like a cop or something. But that they had like, oh my god, they had like gone to Anna knowing that like Aiden's sister. What was Aiden's sister's name? Fuck, let me look. Aiden's sister was fuck. Did I not get her name? Juliet. Aiden's sister Juliet. And Anna's full name is
Oh.
Annabelle Cocker. So she was a leader of just this awful group 30 years ago, right? She eventually gets caught, but what she does to Juliet is disgusting. She goes in the middle of the night. Well, her gang goes in the middle of the night in Juliet's house, kills her husband, and then tortures this woman for a whole fucking week in front of
Oh my
everyone. In
god.
front of everyone. And is like, oh, this is what happens. Like trying to make an example of her. This is what happens when people come and they try to get me and capture me and all this bullshit. And this is like somehow broadcasted, right? And people watch her torture, humiliate Juliet, right? And it's just so despicable of what she does, and it's not until the end of that week of torture that she finally shoots her dead. And Aiden remembers it, and he is just floored. But the voice is there, remember, and the voice is Aiden's true self. Remember this. And Aiden's his voice is like, that was Annabelle Cocker. This bitch here is Anna. This is a whole other bitch. The plague doctor is like, you came in here because they have a whole like prison system where it's like people who do awful deeds like this, murderers and rapists and the like, they are made to solve the murder of other people to in a way to rehabilitate them and a way to make them redeem themselves, right? So they're like, Anna was brought in here to solve the murder of someone's sister in the same likelihood as how she had murdered your sister. It was the only way for her to like, you know, redeem herself, but like that, like this is her punishment, right? And that we trap her here to solve this murder, and in the process she has to do this a million times over, and it'll rehabilitate herself. Well, Aiden's like, okay, well she's been rehabilitated. She is a new person. She is nothing like the woman that she used to be. And let me add, Aiden is also not the person he used to be. At this point, the people they used to be are so varyingly different. They said when the first few times actually, when Aiden came in here, for the first few years, he was in here just to torture and kill Anna the way she did Juliet. And in a way, Aiden had become Anna's footman, where she was terrified of him. She was like, you know, like, oh, you are... He was going out, looking for her, killing her, torturing her over and over and over again. And eventually, he, in the process, lost himself with every new loop, that he had forgotten why he'd been there, and also started to associate himself with Anna, right? He was like, oh no, we're both in the same predicament. We're both trying to get out of here. But that's after, like, quote unquote, years of him torturing her. And, like, it took so long for him to get Anna's trust back. And, like, we, in, like, an earlier section, Anna mentioned how, like, oh, you had betrayed me. And you, like, we had been working together for so long. And then at the last moment, when told that only one of us could leave, you betrayed me and killed me. And at this point, he was like, you know, with this new current loop, he's like, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. You can trust me. And it's just like, it's just so jarring how different they both are. Where also Anna doesn't even remember her past self. She doesn't know who she was outside of this whole scenario. She doesn't know this, but she is a different person now. And Aiden is trying to like convince the plague doctor, like, no, she has been rehabilitated. And the fact that you are having such a hard time believing this almost kind of speaks on you and your profession. You're the guy who's supposed to, like, you know, decide if she has been rehabilitated, but you're so stuck on her past deeds you can't see who she is now. Like, is this all of this not for her to become a new person? Like, there you go, it did work, bro. Like, it did. But he's like, regardless, the system is that only one person leaves. You have to tell me who the murderer is, and like figure out, the thing. The murderer is here, according to you, Michael. Okay, there it goes. And he's like, no, he's like, we can do this now or we can do this later. But he's like, meet me at the lake, okay, like usual, like as planned. And you need to go there with an open mind. You need to go there with an open mind and listen to Anna and see it for yourself, right? Like, I can prove it to you. Because at this point, he's like, Anna saved my fucking life. I get killed by Daniel in the lake. All we need to do is get, is take the plague doctor over there to see her save me, to save my life, to see that she is a good person now. Right? That's the plan. So the plague doctor's like, all right, peace. And then he goes to Anna to meet her in the morning. And he gives her like the sketchbook of like everything that's going to happen, of all of his hosts, of what time and when he's going to be where, and all that good stuff. Right? And even when he goes to first meet her, she is like, you betrayed me. And he goes, yeah, but you just have to believe that, like, you have to believe me. I'm not here to hurt you, and I'm on your side again. Like, I know that we can get out of this together, and, like, you just have to believe me. And he gives her, like, the little chess piece, and he's like, no, we're on the same side again. Don't worry. And then Anna. Yes, Anna. Beats up the butler. Yep. And then, remember, as Gregory Gold, as foretold, he goes and he beats up the butler. And he beats the shit out of him. And he uses all of his, like, built up anger from his time with Daniel to kind of to get himself worked up enough. Also, he drinks, he is drinking. He's drowning himself in alcohol to get himself drunk enough to, like, beat the shit out of this poor butler. Because he knows that this is what triggers everything to happen, right? Anna gets the book of where he's gonna be at all times, and then he has to beat the shit out of the butler. And so he does. We're the butler for like 2 seconds. So we're the butler for like 2 seconds, and we're the butler. Well, now we're Gregory Gold. Wait. Let me look at this. For a moment, Aiden loses himself to Gregory Gold. Yeah, we don't need to know about that. We meet with Anna. Anna is speaking in Russian. Anna wakes up to Anna screaming for him to wake up the butler. Anna is kind of beaten up. Oh, okay, yeah. So let's go back. We're like the butler for 2 seconds, right? And this is right after the first time he gets shot by the footman. Remember the footman? He wakes up in the butler and the footman's there and he's like, is this him? And Anna's like, oh. And then he gets shot, right? Well, this is like the moment after. So he wakes up after being shot by the footman, and there's like a little tussle, and they're like, and they're able to like kill the footman. And this is kind of like, I think this is how Anna escapes. Yeah, after the footman shot him. The footman comes back, and the thug from the graveyard is there, Daniel's thug. And they're asking for Donald Davis's location. And so Aiden tells him, right? But he stalls. He's stalling. He's like, oh. And he's like, where's Donald Davis? And he's stalling because he knows, like, okay, according to the alignment of the sun and that the moon is here, and at this time, me in Donald Davis's body would be with Daniel right now in the graveyard. You know what I mean? Like, he's trying to calculate it, like, perfectly. And he's like, I can't tell him just yet. And he's like shutting his eyes. He's like, oh my God, no. And Anna's like, oh, right? And he's like, he's in a carriage. He'll be at the stables at XYZ, right? And then the voice in the back of his head is like, don't look at him. He wants to see your fear. He wants to kill you when he gets to see your fear. And then the footman's like, "Moo, rabbit, moo," right? And then he like looks at him, and then there's a tussle. And then they fight. And with Anna's help, they're able to get like the jump on him, because at this point the thug left to go, to go reconvene with Daniel, and that's when he, goes and meets them at the graveyard. But Anna helps fight the footman, and they're able to kill him, but the butler still dies. So, yeah, we're like the butler for 2 seconds, and then we're back to Gregory Gold, where in almost the same instance, after the butler dies, Anna goes like downstairs to see Gregory, who is, remembered, in the same house, but is just tied up because he'd been like knocked out for the whole day. So Gregory finally wakes up in the gatehouse, and he gets Anna to take them to the lake, where Anna gets to save Aiden. Well, it kind of saves him from Daniel at the lake, right? But now they're at the lake, and now we find out the truth. And this is kind of wild. So they go to the boathouse. Ow. They go to the boathouse, and they find, because there's a boathouse near the lake. And it's like the one place they haven't looked. And they go to the boathouse, and they see Helena Hardcastle dead. From the looks of it, she had died that morning. So she was lured there, killed, and hidden in the boathouse out of sight. And the murderer is on their way to the boathouse. There's like a light in the distance, like flickering through the trees, like someone's coming. And they're not entirely sure. I think Aiden at this point is like, it's the true murderer, the true person behind all of this. And, Anna's like, "What do you mean?" But he apparently had Cunningham spread the word that they would be at the boathouse. So he had Cunningham, like, spread a little rumor so that they could lure the true killer to the boathouse to, like, like to truly solve all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Just like explain everything, and then the next slide can just be what happens in chapter 60. What? Okay. So I want me to explain everything and then just explain chapter 60. Okay, so if my slide can be trusted, Evelyn shows up, but it's not Evelyn, it's Madeline. Wait, what? It's Madeline. Madeline shows up, but she's really Evelyn. Dun dun dun! Pause for dramatic effect.
Wait.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
Madeline shows up, and she's like, "I'm truly Evelyn." And they're like, "You're Evelyn." And she's like, "Ha ha ha, that's so funny. That's so cool that you know." And so Evelyn, by the way, the true Evelyn, is a sociopath. And she like talks about death and stuff very casually, very blasé. She doesn't really give a fuck. And he kind of they have her explain everything. And they're like, in the back of their minds, they're like, "Well, hopefully the plague doctor is here to hear all of this." And Evelyn is like, "Yes, 19 years ago, 20 at midnight, I, Evelyn, killed my brother, Thomas." So she killed him. Yes, I know. So her original plan was to have him meet her at the boathouse while they were like off horseback riding, right? Because remember, she invites all of the other children and all of the other preteens and whatever to join them and go in horseback riding. And she's like, the plan was to have him meet me at the boathouse to kill him in secrecy. But the rock that I used to knock him out, I didn't hit him not nearly hard enough, and he just started screaming. So I panicked and I just started trying to drown him. And when that didn't work, I killed him and I sliced his neck open. Oh
my
my God. I know, right? And that's when Helena and Charlie show up. She didn't know that Carver was her father, because, just so you know, Carver is her dad. And she wasn't told this until she was like sent away to Paris. But yeah, she had like this whole thing of like, she had like clothes left over in the boathouse that she was going to switch into after killing Thomas in secret. But she never ended up using that. And then later down the line, like years later, Helena goes to, I don't know why, but she goes to like the boathouse and she finds those clothes there. Because the whole time she's thinking like, oh, this was a crazy accident that like my daughter did. And it's just, you know, like children being children and taking things too far. But no, she realizes after seeing the clothes hidden in the boathouse, she's like, oh, my psycho ass daughter planned this shit. And that's like the whole like year ago thing where she started acting crazy. She went to Michael talking about those clothes, like, oh my God, the clothes. Because she wanted to see if Michael or Cunningham would react to it, to see if they were in on it too, right? But they don't, because they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oops. Sorry, not the last chapter. So she's like, oh my God. And that's why she plans this whole thing of like getting Evelyn married off to threaten her with Michael, and to hopefully somehow just get redemption on Thomas's death. And that like, what the fuck? Why would she do that? But like, why would she do that, right? And Evelyn says like, oh yeah, because I was hanging out with one of the stable boys. I don't know if you remember, but I mentioned a stable boy that went missing a long time ago that was never found, who was suspected to be an accomplice, right? He was never found. Why? Because him and Evelyn were hanging out and Thomas had seen them, and this is great. It wasn't even that, oh, Thomas saw me hanging out with that boy, and, you know, as me being like a rich woman and or a witch young lady, and him being like a poor, you know, stableman who is beneath me, and us like doing whatever and all sorts of things. It wasn't that he knew about us. It was that we went to her and this stable boy went to like check out some kind of cave somewhere. There was an accident. He died. And when she went to go and like tell people like, oh, hey, this is what happened, she just suddenly realized, actually, no, I don't need to tell anyone about him. I don't need to tell anyone about anything. Because remember, she's a sociopath. And she's like, actually, no one's gonna fucking care if he goes missing. And that's when Thomas is like, hey, what happened to that one guy that I saw you kissing and shit? You know? And that's when she was like, oh, I have to kill him. So really, this is like her realizing her own sociopathic, like, tendencies or something. Or not even sociopathic. She's just like a psychopath. And it's just like, she's like, I guess I'll kill my brother. Why not? He's the only other person who knows about this kid that died. But she didn't even kill him. But for some reason, that was like reason enough for her to be like, no, I have to kill him. Crazy. Oh, wild. And, you know, why did Helena never tell anyone, like, the truth about Evelyn? For greed, for money. Because if she did, that would ruin their family name. Because, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, what's going to happen? She gets thrown in jail, and then nobody wants anything to do with the Hardcastles. This would ruin them. Also, the whole thing about all of those kids being, like, bastards, technically, anyways, it's not just Cunningham and Evelyn who are the product of Charlie and Helena. It's also Michael and Thomas, who are also the product of Helena and Michael. I think at this whole point, Peter was just shooting blanks the whole fucking time. And any kid that happened was just a coincidence or something. I don't even fucking know. Crazy. Wild. So, it took a long time to arrange the marriage, but they arranged the marriage. But then, they're asking Aiden and Anna are asking Evelyn everything, mostly to stall for time, but also just to like really figure out everything. And they're like, "Oh yeah, so what about Peter? Why did you kill him? Michael was in on all of it, so it really was you who set up that note and those footsteps or the footprints in the dirt. That was you, like after when they found Peter dead." And she's like, "Yeah, that was me." Yeah, that was me, bro. Oh my god. So they killed Peter for Michael, who is working with Daniel, because Michael's working with Daniel this whole time to buy Stanwin's blackmail business so he can just like have a steady source of income. The fake Evelyn, the one who's pretended to be Evelyn, which is crazy that everyone fucking just believed that this was Evelyn and didn't recognize that Madeline was actually the real Evelyn, right? Crazy that they didn't realize it.
Weird.
That's fucking weird, right? But like nobody knew her apparently because they were so young, right? And so by the time they were older, like no one's seen her for so long because she got casted out. She was sent to Paris and literally nobody saw her.
Oh, I get it. And she's the French maid as a callback to she went to Paris.
Exactly.
Ah.
But
it was right in front of my face.
There was one person who realized that Evelyn, or excuse me, Felicity Maddox, a con artist, a con woman, wasn't the real Evelyn. And the only one who realized it was Millicent Darby, the lady who died. Remember how Evelyn in the sunroom after Michael died, after given the fucking antidote, was like, Millicent Darby was killed, right? And you're like, why did you tell me that? I thought she died of a heart attack. No, she was the only one who realized or recognized that Evelyn wasn't Evelyn and that Madeline was Evelyn. But then they had to fucking kill her because she knew too much. Poisoned and suffocated she was. So, they called Dr. Dickey over and saw the proof of his drugs. Like when after they killed Millicent, they were like, "Look, Dr. Dickey, look, and those are your drugs, the rat poison." And he's like, "Oh my god, if any of this gets figured out or found out, they're gonna look at me as an accomplice." So then he just becomes an accomplice. And then they were like, "Okay, so that makes all of that makes sense." And they're like, also at this point, I think they leave the lake and they go back to the gatehouse while they talk. Because like I said, they're still trying to stall for time. And they're like, okay, that makes sense. They're in the room where Peter died, by the way, where Peter Hardcastle the Dead died. And they're like, that makes sense, but why did you kill Michael? And she's like, I didn't kill Michael. What are you talking about? And they're like, no, yeah, he died. How did you know that he would drink the poison that the fake Evelyn took? Like, how do you know he would do that? Because you poisoned her, right? Like with a small dosage. But he drank like a whole glass and was like foaming at the mouth and he drank the poison. And she's like, I didn't kill him. I wouldn't kill him. I would never kill him. And they're like, yeah, well, he fucking dies. And she's like, no, you're fucking lying. And she has the gun, by the way. Just remember, she has a gun. Huh. And she's like, they like look out the window and they see the plague doctor, but he doesn't come any closer. And they're looking at him like, bro, like, oh man, he's just out of, he's like outside and he's just out of like not line of sight, but just like, he's just too far away to hear any of the bullshit that's happening, right? And they're like, fuck, the plague doctor He's just waiting outside, waiting for Anna to get killed by Evelyn, the real Evelyn, because he doesn't want to save her. Because he just wants her to die, because he doesn't, want her to actually escape any of this. And he just wants Aiden to make it out of this. And they're just like, fuck, what the fuck, bro? And Evelyn, seeing them kind of like freaking out, is like about to shoot them. And then, bang! A gunshot. A gunshot. Yeah. What does the next one say? Aiden holds Anna in his arms. Oh, okay. So anyways, Felicity Maddox is in the doorway. She's holding a gun. And she's shooting Evelyn. Evelyn is dead. She's straight up emptying a clip into Evelyn. Because remember, at this point she realized Evelyn had tricked her and tried to get her killed. She's like, oh, you poisoned me, bitch? You had me pretend my skewer side while I pretend to be you? And then you actually had me try to die on some drugs of some rat poison that you put in my fucking drink? Crazy. So she came here, she shoots Evelyn, the real Evelyn. And like I said, Felicity is emptying a whole fucking clip into Evelyn. Anyways, the plague doctor is there. Oh, and Anna's alive, by the way. Oh, also, by the way, Anna's alive, don't worry. Aiden's like holding her, but he's like, oh no, oh my god, that was scary. And the plague doctor shows up and he's kind of, I don't know, he says something to Felicity and she kind of leaves. But, he is kind of like, oh, you guys did so much more than find out the murder of Evelyn. Because originally he knew about like, okay, Evelyn shoots herself, but it's not really like her offing herself. Someone kills her. Like they knew that. They didn't know it was Michael. But then he didn't even know that all these other people died, like Millicent, and so on and so forth. Like he was like, and who was it? Ted Stanwin and Daniel and all that stuff. He was like, I was unaware of all these other murders, and you guys like unraveled all of this. So, he's like, okay, Aiden, you get to leave because you found out like the original murder. But Anna, if you just answered this one question, you can also leave. Like if you answer who the true murderer is of who killed Evelyn Hardcastle, I'll let you out. And Anna's a bit petty with this, and she's kind of like, oh yeah, but what about XYZ? And what about this? And everyone's like, oh my god, just fucking answer that question, bitch. And she's like, Evelyn Hardcastle. And they're allowed to like leave. And right before they leave, did I mention this? Let me see. Yay, they're free now, and they live happily ever after. Yeah, so right before they leave, the plague doctor is like, hey, my superiors will hear about this, and no one's gonna be happy about Anna being able to leave. You guys get a choice to leave with your old memories intact and with the memories of everything that happened here, or you can leave this place with a clean slate with no memory whatsoever. And so they decide to leave without their memories. And he's like from now on, like you two need to be on the run. They're gonna come looking for you. You need to go, right? And Aiden is just like, man, just thank you so much for everything you did, Oliver. And he's like, yeah, you guys go, you crazy kids. And yeah, then they go out and they live happily ever after, kinda. And that's it. The end. So yeah, my conclusion, ignore all of this gobbledygook on the side. I forgot to fill in my little conclusion over here. But I give this review, or this book, a 5 out of 5 stars. Very good. I don't know how to fill in the star. So yeah, pretend that last star is filled. Because I don't know how to fill it in. I love this story. I think it's fun. I'm the kind of bitch who like, I just forget everything that happens. Because re-listening to this story, I was like, oh my god, what? Cunningham is actually a bastard? And being like, oh my god, all the kids are actually all of Charlie Carver's? That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, I went in just remembering the beginning of like Aiden having no memory. There's Anna, there's the plague doctor, all this craziness happens. They're solving a mystery. I forgot everything about Daniel. I forgot about the whole thing about Daniel killing them at the thing. I remember the footman. And then I remembered, like, oh yeah, they get to leave and it's on a happy note. And I remember Gregory Gold and, like, him knowing everything and stuff like that. And I remember, like, Evelyn was actually the murderer, but I don't remember how. So it was still a lot of fun to be like, oh my god! Oh my god, what? Oh my god, huh? So it was very, very fun. And I hope you have fun too. You have fun?
It was very interesting. It was twisty and turny.
Twisting and turning. But you're not saying you had fun, so now I'm sad. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know.
I did say I had
You
fun.
said it was interesting, and I'm like, no, but did you have fun though? Did you have
Oh, I
fun?
thought I said yeah, I did. It was very interesting.
Oh, I didn't hear the yeah, I did part. Sorry. But yay, I'm happy. Okay, yay. I promise next time if I ever tell you the whole story of something, I won't make it this long. I promise it won't be this fucking long. Cuz I did not remember. I remembered the story being a lot shorter than it really was. I do not remember this being this fucking. I was like 60 chapters. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go and read this and it's just going to take a couple of weeks and yeah. And then it was like out of 60 chapters. And I was like, oh, that's a lot of chapters. Fuck, like what? But to be fair, some chapters are like crazy, crazy short. Like the parts where I was like, and then the butler, and then we like left immediately, that would be like a whole fucking chapter, you know? So thoughts, questions?
Hmm.
No?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was very interesting. I feel like though I would take it if it was a mini series because this sounds like a mini series.
You think so? I could see this as a video game. I could see this as a video game where you play as Aiden Bishop and you do all this stuff. I could see it like that. I think it'd be really cool as one.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can't see it. Or at least, the very least, a movie. I was like looking around and I saw that they had um planned it as did they plan to make a movie or like Netflix was gonna pick it up or something like that. Something was gonna pick it up to either be a show or a movie or something like that. But then it got dropped sadly. But I was like, oh, I would have
Oh.
watched the shit out of it. It would have been so good. I thought it would have been
Mm-mm-mm.
very, very
Who's your
cool.
favorite character?
My favorite character is Michael. I think he's cute. I think he's cute. And that's it.
Hmm.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
like that he was because his personality in the book, and I know I don't do it any justice, but he's like he's very cute himself. He's like, I'm gonna be the host of the party, and because my dad and my mom are missing, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. And you know, God forbid Evelyn do anything, because you remember she just kind of like sits in the sunroom and doesn't do anything. So he's like, yeah, I'm gonna try to host and I'm gonna do all this stuff. And I like that he does actually he does actually love his sister, and he's like, I'm doing all of this out of love, even though like at the end it's kind of twisted. But like to be fair, it's like it wasn't actually his sister that he was killing, you know. So I just loved it. I love him. Also, there was that point where he was like, "Oh, Daniel told me that it was all a misunderstanding." When he goes to talk to Belle, I think for the second time. It was either Belle or someone, one of other of Aiden's hosts. He's like, oh, Daniel told me it was a misunderstanding that you thought a woman that you thought was Anna got killed. Like, he like explains the whole scene of like it wasn't actually Anna who got shot. It was just a maid, and it was Evelyn with a gun. Like she, Anna didn't actually get killed. So he was like, oh, and he was like, oh, that's okay. But he's like, oh, but now everyone thinks I'm a fucking loser, blah blah whatever. I don't know. I like him. I don't know. I think he's cute, and I like him. I like the explanation of him. He's cute.
I didn't think you would say him, but after hearing that, I'm like, yeah, that's a Momo character.
What do you mean? Who is your
He's
favorite
trying his best.
from the few people that I actually decided to explain and describe?
Oh, wow.
I think Millicent is also very fun. She's like this old woman who's like, been here, done that, fuck you kind of vibe. She doesn't like anyone except her son. And even then, she's like, I hate the person that I allowed you to become. You know what I mean? Because she's like, you're like this rapist, but like, I always cover for you because you're my son and it's familial love and blah, blah, whatever. But I thought she was kind of a fun character in the encounters she had with Aiden and his various hosts. I thought that was fun. And honestly, kind of low key love the real Evelyn. Even though she's like a psychopath, I was like, I kind of fuck with her too. Because I like that she's like.
Fun in liking a psychopath.
Yeah, and she's like the only.
Unapologetic.
She's like, oh, Michael is literally the only person that I love. And it's not even like a weird, twisted incest romantic love. It's like a familial love. And I do like that it just sticks to that. It stays as a familial kind of love. And she's like, no, he's the only person I love. I would have never killed him. Like the one good thing, the one truth about her. So I really like that too. Evelyn is cool.
The one truth.
She's also like laughing and like really chill about Aiden and Anna being like, and then you did this, and this is what you did, and here's the truth about that. And she's like, good job, oh my god, good job. You guys are smart. You guys are fun. You know what I mean? So I like that about her. I was like, hell yeah. I love a bitch who's willing to fake her own death. That's delicious. Thank you. So yeah.
Delicious. And
that's my book club retelling and review of The 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be putting it up on YouTube for others to watch and come back and review. Yeah, and if you want to watch me get drunker and drunker and less specific on the specifics, go and have fun watching me to retell this shit. I feel like I got really, really drunk at one point and just like, and then, and it's not until like here at the end that I'm like, oh, I'm sober again. Oh, I'm fine.
oh, yeah. I fully.
You fully?
But that was hours ago.
Oh, that you were like drunk and then sobered up.
I started up higher and now I'm ending like
like low. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna end stream here. Thank you everyone for following and thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had fun.
Thanks for showing.
Yeah. I'm going to probably do another one of these. I still have to go and pick my next book. I'm thinking of having I have another book in mind, but I think it's like a trilogy. And so it's gonna be really long. And what I might do, if I do go for the trilogy, I'm definitely going to do it differently than I did this book club. Where this book club, I kind of tried to do a stream every weekend. But that's kind of exhausting. And it's kind of weird to be like, here's what happened in the first 15 chapters. And then the next stream, I'm like, here's what happened in the last 15 chapters, and then here's what happened in the next 15 chapters after that. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I probably should just put it all in one stream and be like, here's what I read. You know? Kind of like this, where it's like a whole presentation. But I'll figure it out. I don't know when the next book club will be, but I will announce it on my Discord.